Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Heroic. Good morning. I have tried, normally my camera is angled like further level, and I angled it down. So slightly more of my torso should be showing. I don't know if that's actually obvious or not, but the reason I did that is because when I stand up, it shows the top of my green screen. And now ideally it won't do that, but I haven't tested it yet. Hey, Dio. Good day to you. All right, Adam is going to keep making improvements to the game since Idler Fest is still ongoing. Although, even if it weren't, next fest will start on the 24th. Okay. Hey, Dennis. Actually, I should look into how many people use the today command anymore. I do try to edit it every day, but I'm not really certain there are that many people using it. Refusing to show me the stream, even try to show an ad at some point. Huh, weird. I hope that doesn't continue to happen. Then again, I feel like we've all become kind of used to just random Twitch issues sometimes. All right, so this is not going to happen now. I'm going to do this, I guess, on the weekend. I'm going to try not to do work in the evenings too much. Yesterday was incredibly productive. I am very happy with how that went. I got a lot of random stuff done. Got to do this. What else? What else? What else? Publish another Steam build should be today. Let's put that there. Auto battle needs a background. Outline the tavern. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, let's put this up here. And then I did write this too. I probably need to make the morning stream a little longer due to lunch timing. So let me think about this. 4.5 hours. That might be how long we're online for this morning. At which point, having an afternoon stream probably doesn't make much sense. I'm not sure. I think it's way more use if you put today in the title. Now people don't ask and don't use it. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really have that much to report. I'll try it. I'll put it in the title. Let's see what happens. Okay. How's Idlerfest been going? I think it's been going okay. Here's some stats from all of this week. So Idlerfest started, for frame of reference, actually like right about here, pretty much. So it was an hour and a half before this point. Our lifetime unique players was 67, and over the week it's gone up kind of slowly. And then yesterday it sort of shot up. Like Wednesday evening it was 190-ish, and now this morning it's 300. So we got like 125 people launching the game in the last, what was that, like a day and a half? Something like that. Anyway, a wish list count has also, it shot up yesterday. I don't know what happened yesterday, but look at that. Went from 18 to 89. 89 is the most we've ever had in one given day. So now it's at 824 on February 7th. Oh, thanks for summons, Dennis. And hey, Silas and Shane. And M2. Did you bump up in rankings or something? So that's a thing. No, not as far as I can tell. If I go to an incognito tab and we scroll down to Idlerfest and then we scroll all the way down to demos and then we scroll down here too, I click this once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and it's there. So you have to click next page 4 times. So that's what makes me think that this is either, it's coming from somewhere else. And if you search Skeleseller on YouTube, this person got 1.3 thousand views on their video. That's not bad. I mean, this person doesn't have like a super large audience or anything. Yeah, 753 subscribers. So it's not like they're a million subscriber channel and their video did poorly for having a million subscribers. Like I'd say that video did pretty well for being kind of a no-name game and from a smallish YouTuber. And this one got about 400 views as well. And they're both good videos, by the way. I really like them. So yeah, I'm not totally sure where this is coming from. I actually, you know what we could see? I didn't look at this page. Impressions. Can we see just yesterday? Yesterday. Go. Yesterday we got 7,600 impressions. And they mostly came from Almost exactly the same from both the browse results and the free demos hub. Oh, you can cross things out on here. Interesting. Oh, but it doesn't change the zoom. Yeah. Anyway, these lines are practically the same. And then owner impressions. Interesting. So the tag page leads to people getting the game more often. So you know what I think this was? I think given that there were only 43 people who claimed the game yesterday, it must have been people who claimed it before who just started playing it yesterday. Maybe they finally got some time. Because this thing shows how many people claimed it. It's like 1,300 people claimed it, but only 300 people played it. Also, of the people who played it, their median time played was an hour, which is pretty much the length of the demo. So most people are playing it till the end, which is pretty good, I think. Still acquiring wishlist? Yeah. Yesterday was the highest number so far at plus 89. Yeah. I noticed with the videos that are being posted, the thumbnails are lacking. I think it could be worth adding a link to some assets somewhere. So there are those links already. There's a press kit on here, but I don't know what's going to get people to find that. Is the site listed here? Visit the website. Yeah, that's about all we can do, I think. Yeah. What dictates which tab it's on? Which tabs it could show up on. So let me, that probably sounds tautological, but let me show you what the tabs are. So there's all, which I am pretty sure only shows games that have been released. So I know this says all, but can you filter to just demos in here? I guess that would probably prove it. Oh, you can filter to demos. Yeah, and it says no matches found. Yeah. So this is not actually all. So you can't be there if you only have a demo. Popular, I gotta take out the thing here. Yeah, popular, you can't be there either. I mean, if all doesn't show it, then popular won't. Same thing with discounted. You can't have a discount if it's free to begin with. New releases. I don't know if it can show up here. Let's try that one. Demos. No, you can't search that either. So the only place you can show up, I think, is in top demos. And not even in any of this stuff. So in order to even see Skeleseller, you need to scroll down like halfway through the entire page and click top demos and then click show more 4 times. And I don't think popular upcoming can show this either. Yeah, no, I can't. So that's the only place I can show up. And the way this is sorted is by the all-time peak user count. And given that these are idle games, these other ones are probably, at least some of these games are probably ones that you leave open for like 5 hours at a time or something. So it's easier to accrue more max concurrent users. So yeah, anyway, I think it's doing pretty well given that we only have a demo and that, yeah, we're an idler fest here. There's one other thing I'm probably going to do. So if you look here, you can, it's kind of hard to hover over it because as soon as you do, it goes away. But if you look to the right of my mouse now, it says very positive 50 reviews. To the right of here, it says very positive 153 reviews. Here, 37. But you don't see that everywhere. And you don't see it for Skeleseller. And the reason why is that there are 2 ways of doing this. You can have a single page with the main game and the demo, or you could have a separate page. When you get a separate page, you actually get reviews. And at any point you can turn them off basically. I guess if your reviews are bad or something. I think we're going to do this, and I think we're going to do this about a week from now or so. Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe we should have done this sooner. But yeah, I think having reviews would be good because we're not really getting feedback through any other means. Like I have the feedback link. This has 9 responses. I mean, that's not bad, but it's 300 people have played, 9 people responded. There's 3% response rate. And then same thing with the forums. Like no one's posting there. So it's like people are playing the game. Maybe they're having fun. Maybe they're adding it to the wish list, and that's all good. But I think with a review, people might have also left a review and then said like, hey, this is good, and then other people will see it. Play like 12 idols at a time. So they get, yeah, actually that's true. They might. Although I wonder how fun that would be. I guess if you had them already going. This is interesting. PC Tycoon. This is actually a purchased game and it's got mixed reviews. Why is that? Game lacks any passion or care. Feeling like a typical soulless mobile game. Not fun at all. Game exaggerates. There is no need for so many little upgrades, so little advances. It's mediocre at best. Man, I always find this a little crazy. 19 hours on record. It's mediocre at best. Hey, Pack Limo. I saw your game from Pon's YouTube channel. Nice, yeah. Well, welcome in. Just so you know, I stream on 3 different platforms, and Twitch is the most active of the platforms. So if you'd like to join Twitch chat, it'll feel like there are more people, but I'll still try to read YouTube chat. Being able to leave a Steam review would get you more responses. So it'll get me more responses if the reviews are good. It'll get me fewer responses if the reviews are bad. So I think it comes down to a gamble of like, do we think the reviews will be good? And based on what I've read so far, I think they will be. I think some people will probably judge it based on what they're extrapolating. Like even in the feedback here, so I can show the roll-up responses. Of the 9 people, 8 of them were positive and 1 was neutral. And the neutral person said something like, I can't see how this is going to turn into a game you play for like a month. And it's not supposed to turn into that kind of game. I think a lot of people who see idle game just envision like, okay, I'm just getting this up and running right now. Then I'm going to like play for a couple minutes every day for a week and I'll move forward that way. And it's like, that's just not how this game is supposed to work. So I wonder in the Steam reviews if people would just assume like this neutral person did that like, oh yeah, this is supposed to have ascensions and all this other stuff. And it just doesn't right now. But it's not the goal. So I don't know. Didn't even make it to the reviews. Well, whenever I load up a Steam game, I think my tastes are not so unique. So if other people rated it mixed, I'm probably going to not like the game. It's the same thing for IMDb. Like if a movie is rated 6 or lower, there's almost no chance of me liking it. Because I'm not some like, I don't know, movie snob or I have some super niche tastes or something. I have pretty much the same taste as other people. So the first thing I do is look over here. And when I see that it was mixed recently, that does give me hope that it could change because it says mostly positive before that. But if I see like mixed and mixed, I'm like, I'm not playing that game. And even if the game is free, like I have a Game Pass subscription and a lot of games, I don't know if Game Pass even does reviews, but Steam obviously does. So I'll go to Steam, I'll check the reviews, I'll see that it's bad, and I won't even download a free game if the reviews aren't good. It's just not worth the time. And I think possibly there are many gamers who are in that scenario where you're not really limited on money for playing games and you're not limited on like computer power or something like that. You're limited on like what's interesting to you and how much time do you have. And that's why it's very tough nowadays because you're kind of competing with like a million different things for your time. Even things like Netflix. Didn't Netflix have some quote about this? Like the biggest competitor we have is sleep. It's kind of funny. Um, anyway, you're competing with other forms of media, but even within games, you're competing with games like League of Legends, which are just kind of staples that have been around for a long time, and people will just keep playing. So if you can't pry someone away from League of Legends, then that's one person you're missing out on. Definitely been that guy. I like to beat a game before judging it. One of my least favorite games ever. I played for 85 hours. It makes sense. I'm not saying it's like it's weird. For me, I am the kind of person where if I'm not enjoying something, I will pretty much like chuck it out the window as soon as I realize I'm not enjoying it. Because I I think there have been very few times where you start watching something and it kind of dips, it's tanking, you're not having fun or you're not whatever, it's not entertaining anymore. Very few times will it go back up. Usually it just keeps trending downward for me at that point. Been staying up way too late. You're probably having fun though, right? Hey, Smack. You can easily pry someone away from LOL, provide an experience that's actually fun. Yeah, that's what would be necessary. But what I guess I'm getting at is what would make them even look for a different game. Like a lot of times in my life, I've had maybe like 2 to 3 games I'm playing at the time. Maybe it's like Smash and maybe it's some like RPG on my computer and maybe something else. And like Smash is taking up my like social gaming time and the RPG is taking up my single player gaming time. And I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm not going to look for other games right now. Makes the workday even harder. Yes, that's true. I think sleep is very important. Love the new walking to portal backgrounds. Yeah, there are some other changes from yesterday. Let me see if I can show off some of these because, like I said, I was pretty productive yesterday. I don't know how much is actually going to be apparent. So this is the day before. Make the slimes hover text appear in screen space. Oh yeah, so I figured this out. Kevin's tip definitely helped. And I'll show this off really fast. Oh, cool. Wow, you're a really big workspace. And it looks, it's hard to tell because it's a little blurry, but it looks carpeted, which I guess means this is inside. But possibly that's concrete of a garage floor or something like that. The walls look finished. Anyway, look at this. We got a cursor, and when you drag the camera, it grabs. Do you see that? The cursor changing? And then we click grant items, and we can grab an item and see the cursor change there too. Whenever you hover over a button, it changes to a gloved hand. I'm not I'm not sure how I feel about this. If you look at just on the web, okay, so here's a cursor. It's just a normal cursor image. And I hover over this and it changes styles completely to like a Mickey Mouse gloved hand, right? Like that's kind of weird, but the cursor was never trying to be a hand to begin with, so it didn't just gain a glove. Here we do have it like gain a glove. So yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. And I kind of want to see what people say. But yeah, it's working for everything when you mouse over something like this. Quickie Joe did some amazing work. We have a guild with a little waving flag and a new guild master and a new guild master portrait, of course, too. We have different sprites for the shopkeeps, but it's a little hard to tell. But watch this. You can actually see them blink. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it goes. So now all of the main NPCs blink, the guild master too. There. And if we load this up, I'll show you the full graphics in a sec, but we have a new armor vendor and we have a new weapon vendor. I don't have the money for this. Whoops. What am I doing? Okay, there. We have a new weapon vendor as well. And I'll show these graphics. I think this is all great. I absolutely love Quickie Joe's work and what he's done. Assets, characters, here. So here are all the graphics. You'll never see the bottom third of the characters because of the shops, but still I think it's pretty cool. They also got their own portraits. Yeah, I did that too. So here's the weapon portrait, here's the armor portrait, and here's the potion portrait and guildmaster. So yeah, they're all looking good. Do they all blink together at the same time? No, I varied their amounts, their rates by like it's some tiny amount of a frame or like I don't know. It's a very tiny difference. So it's pretty hard to look at them both at the same time because they're always going to be far apart and there's no way to zoom such that you can see them next to each other. But if you could be looking at them both at the same time, you'd see their blinking is slightly different. Oh, hey, Path Limo. Welcome here on Twitch TV. And hey, James. Room is carpeted, yeah. Neat, neat, neat. It does seem a little large. It might impact the ability. Oh, the largeness is based on the size of my cursor to begin with. If I went into my OS settings and lowered it, it would look like a normal cursor. So yeah, I think that's just, and that's also why it looks blurry, by the way, because my OS is scaling the whole cursor up. I could probably show that. Hey, Wendy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I was just showing off some of the new features. We got a cool little, did the camera just flicker? Huh, something weird looked like it happened there. We have a cool little grabby hand here. We have some new NPC graphics. We have the new guild, the wavy flag. What else did we do? Oh yeah, so the garbage slime. We now have this thing, the feed to slime, that's now in screen space. So if you zoom out, you can still read this. Whereas before you definitely could not read this. And I think we're gonna get a custom panel for that too. Hey, Craigins, how'd the stream go, Wendy? I was told by a dev by one of the teams I work with that they really enjoy working with me and want to work on bigger projects. Nice, yeah. I think that kind of validation is always really good. It's too bad it doesn't come more frequently. What else did we do? Make NPCs blink. Oh, I fixed some other font issue. I found a tool online called Glypher. Yeah, this. If you drag a font here, you can start modifying glyphs online and then download the font. So that allowed me to fix up some issues that we were having. Wait, this still looks a little bit big. Hang on a second. What branch am I on? Uh-oh. Well, yeah, it still looks a little bit big, but maybe we should space that down by like one more. Anyway, working on a shop asset, as in an asset for a shop in the game or an asset for Steam. I'm guessing you mean a shop in the game, but cool. Cool, cool, cool. What else did we do? I guess I just looked through some PRs, which took like 2 hours. Yeah. So I guess as far as players are concerned, not too much changed, but still it's getting better and better. Been challenging comparing them. It's nice to have those options though. It would be a shame if you got one and you're like, do I take this? All right, auto battle needs a background or something. I don't think that's super important. I don't think this is super important. This is something I noticed when I was watching people play. People really don't know about editing a party. The only way you'd find out about this, so I see a lot of people do something like this. They've got all of their adventurers and they go to a location, they send in like 5 adventurers, and then whenever the battle is won, and they're like, okay, I want these to go somewhere else now. So they close the window and then they send them all somewhere else and they click something here. And that's like 12 clicks to do that. Um, they can just click edit here and then pick the new location. And it even has a tooltip saying click to edit your party. But people don't see this. So there are a couple things we could do. We could have an explicit edit button, which people might actually look at. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying, Xanis. A lot of people didn't realize this. I know that's not obvious. I know. I assume you're still being fed? Yes. You know how much time you just saved me? Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. Well, we definitely need to make that more obvious. Okay. Well, I'm glad I noticed this because nobody really commented on it. No one is like, why can't I edit my party from here? And people used to do this. I was watching some people play. So I think some people might have found out about this, but other people didn't. Also, it even stops auto battle. So if I have this, I need to I need to fix a little dev bug I just did. But yeah, so let's say it's about to auto battle and you click edit, it'll still modify them. Yeah, I think edit next to repeat would work. But I think we need to change all these to icons as well. So I think we could do that. I think it'll look good. Wait, there was one other thing I wanted to look at. What was it? I just did it, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, the highlight thing. The highlight thing is showing. Edit doesn't sound like that. Well, once it's an icon, we're going to need a tooltip on it anyway. We could say modify your party or something. I mean, I could change the wording, but I guess the point is there's got to be an explicit button. We had the same problem with this UI. This UI, you can add points and you can remove points, and lots of people did not know you could remove points. And then we put in an explicit minus button there, and people still didn't figure it out. And now we just have this button, reset skills, and people definitely noticed that. Hey, Hap. Clicks you to it, brings you to an entire party makeup location update panel. Yeah, that's true. I think maybe one way to make it slightly clearer if you're going to have it edit these is to highlight the entire party or the panel behind them or something like that. I think we could potentially do that. Right click on the skills could work. Yeah, it already does, and it always did. But people didn't ever discover that themselves. Well, when I say always did, I mean, mostly always did. Yeah, so chat proved this. We should probably add an edit icon and give it a tooltip that explains what it can do. And then we can also potentially make it so that the whole party is hoverable or clickable at once, not individual members, which may make it more obvious. Hey, Blade Enjoyer, I am having a good Friday so far. Okay, well, I think this is really impactful then. I think we can do this. I want to figure out what else is on this list that's important. Doesn't matter right now. Explore controlling difficulty. I think after that, we'll look through some of the issues on GitHub. Look through issues on GitHub to see what's most important. I think it's going to be improving the town perks legibility. It's pretty bad right now. Okay. Oh, and I have something written about other icons. Where is it? All of these things, yeah. Okay. So if you're in battle, speed this up. If you're in battle, this is what we... They won too fast. All right, whatever. I'll get a picture. There. Oh, that's stop auto battle. I guess we can't do that. All right, fine. We'll just start a new game. Slow this down and create instance. Oh, I don't have auto battle. Oh my God. I'm trying to reproduce a very specific thing. There. Now we got it. Yeah, so we use this icon for auto battle because it looks like you're going to be repeating the battle, but now we're going to need a repeat battle icon, an auto battle toggle, and then an edit party icon. And I don't know what these are going to look like so that they're different. Maybe this is like a forward arrow. I don't know. Feel like a lot of clicking in the game requires you to be frustratingly precise. Maybe it's a skill I'm lacking. That's another thing we got to fix. You know what? Maybe I should do that today too. Fix the drop zone issue. So how do you feel about this, Xanis? Right now, when you're dragging an item, you have to put it onto a shop display. How would you feel if you could drag it anywhere in the shop rectangle? So like I could drop it here and it'll just put it into a slot. Same thing with the tavern. Like I'm dragging an item and I could just drop it anywhere in this entire area. The cycle with 1 for repeat battle? You mean put a little 1 icon on it? Because I don't know if that's going to make it clearer, but they do have a way to customize that here somewhere. Not that I need to do this through here, but they have a badge with a... Yeah. You get... Oh, weird. It got rotated. Why? There. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I think there could be like a... I don't know, actually. I was gonna say maybe there could be something that would represent that this thing is on or off. Yeah, anyway, I'm not sure. Because you also do 1 arrow instead of the double arrow. Yeah, I was thinking like it's just a forward arrow. Fortunately, arrow in games is overloaded to mean like the bow and arrow kind of arrow or a pointer. I don't see a good one. Because it looks like undo. Yeah, maybe like that. Is this what people think? Is this? There we go. Good improvement, but especially with different zoom levels, I feel like targeting an item to pick up requires a lot of mouse effort. I'm not sure what we can do about that because items do show up close to each other. Yeah. Rapid sharing arrow. Let's go take a look at that. Rapid arrow. I think I'd have to try it, but let's write that down. Maybe this for repeating a battle. Hey, Campbell Soup. Hey, Craze. Going well, going well. Which way looks better if we're going to use this one? I think I just like the other one better. Okay. Using an icon for that is not going to be hard to do. We just replace this, but it is probably going to make this a little bit taller. And then we're going to run into another issue that we've been running into already. I think we need to shrink this at some point. I wonder if we should just make a different party member card. You need to know what their life value is. But we could cut out the name, for example. And that would shrink this. Oh, wait a sec. This is re-importing the font. Oh, that's why it looks spaced out. Oh my God. Okay, check this out. So see this spacing? How I was like, huh, that's strange. That's strange because I apparently switched branches and didn't look at this again. So this will have fixed this. Let's go try this now. Reload from disk, close. What's happening here? Yeah. Yeah, we could lay out the panel differently too. That I think I need to actually like properly design. Yeah, so if you compare this to this that we had, which is going to be hard to do because one is zoomed in, you'll see this spacing got a little bit tighter on the right one, which is what I want. Hey, Zapvoid. Yeah, there could be up to 6 adventurers. So you might have done something like this, and then the end battle screen will show all of them. So putting them into just half of this screen would be tough. And like I said, we need to show their life bars. I think we can hide the names. Party member base. What would it look like if we just turned this off? And maybe even turned that off? Oh, interesting. That moves the shadow? Is that a shadow? What's doing that? Oh, yeah, it's directly in the background. Oh, I think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, I think it's going to be a problem. We're going to need to split this out. Because it only looks good when we have this behind the character. How is this set up? Okay, well, what if we just deleted that? Oh, wait, that's the whole thing? Okay, well, we can't delete it, but we can get rid of the little shadow thing from the back. I might do that. I prefer the one with more spacing. This is going to be just for the end battle thing. So if we turn this off, and then we try running that. Let's see how it looks. So here's the old style. And on the right, although you won't be able to see it because I'm blocking it, so let me just turn off my camera, I guess. Let's get the new style. I'm not going to try to pick the same party members, and it will modify the screen, but that's not intentional. Just ignore that. All right, so here is the difference. Let's turn this back on. Image, canvas size, just 3,000 or something. Let's just put them side by side. There. Okay. So it does look weird. I think it's important information to have both of these things, though. There's another way we could kind of do it, although I don't like it, which is to have all of the party members just be in the background with their life bars. But the reason I don't like that is because then the party members will show up in multiple locations at a time. Like right now they're in town. So if they also showed up in here with life bars, it might look like they're in 2 locations at once. Maybe a bit more margin, but seems fine. Okay, yeah. What do you, Crace, you said you liked the one with more spacing. Now that you see this, does it look okay? Like I can totally do the more margin part of this. We could just increase this to something like an extra 4 pixels on each side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, something like that. And that should automatically modify it, and it didn't. Why didn't it? Maybe if I repeat the battle, speed this up. No, yeah, it didn't modify it in game for some reason. Let's run that again. It's talking about the text comparison you did. Oh. I thought you were okay, my bad. Yeah, you're talking about this. Yeah, we could definitely change that. I gotta be careful about how much we do it though. Yeah, so this fits, and it shows our life bars. Yeah, okay. I think that's what we're gonna do, and this fixes another issue that we've had too. So yeah, All right, well, let's go get started on those tasks then. So change party member base to have a small version, and then change the 9-panel background so that it doesn't have the shadow in the middle of it. If we want that, then we would need to manually position it. And then use the small version of party member base only when in battle. Do we show life bars in the... I think we do. We must. And change the margins when in the small version. Oh, I have it open here. We don't. Does that shrink the size of that? It probably does, but I am blind. So let's see if I can do that. And this actually looks pretty cool. It doesn't have their name showing. Huh. Actually, I kind of like this. And then maybe when you select one, it would tell you the name of the adventurer that you've selected. So like down here, it could say name witch doctor, and when you hover over them, it could show you too. Huh, looks pretty good. I don't know, I'm torn now. All right, so that versus the height of this, which has the life bars, are they different? What happened here? Oh, that's what happened. I meant to paste it over here. They are, yes. Okay, that's good. Maybe we're already going to tackle this, but I feel the selection indicator should also have a border radius similar to that of the card. Yeah, I did this kind of sloppily. It's the way this is done is that we actually overwrite a draw function and draw a specific rectangle on top of this. And I don't think there's a way to make this have rounded borders, but they might have a draw rounded rect or something. They don't. They have a draw circle, draw arc. Okay, well, we could make our own rounded rectangle. Oh, that's probably very dumb. Draw arcs on the corners and draw lines otherwise. I'm guessing they have a draw line function. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should just do this in a different way because I don't think this looks great right now. And I think modulating the panel background could potentially help. So we could take this and we could... Actually, we probably already modulate this. Yeah, we could do something like this to make it clear that you're hovering over it, or this to make it clear that it's selected, or something. I don't know. I'm not actually picking colors here. Okay, but yeah, let's write that down as long as we're looking at this. Change the highlight / hover style for party members. All right, so small version. Let's get started on this stuff. Quit out of both of these things. So we should not have any changes right now. Yeah, we don't. And for the small version, I want to hide the name and the available skill points label and then up the amount of margin that we have. We could make a different view of this altogether. We have other forms of party members. We have party member by class. What does this do differently? It's got a different script. And what else? Party member. They all have life bars. What is party member for? Is there a show life bar thing here? Life bar. The party member by class must turn this off, right? I don't... Oh, there it is. Hide life bar. That's a bit strange. Character selector turns this off. Character selector turns this off, but character selector has create party member. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well then we could just do the exact same thing over there and have a hide available skill points label and then change the margin. I mean, at that point, like I said, I think that should just be a different scene. We have like a party member at end of battle. Let me think about that for a little bit longer because we don't need to do anything extra, right? The only thing that's nice about doing it through a script is that I won't mess this up when I change the base scene. Hmm. No, I should make a new scene for it. Okay, well, let's do that. So let's make a new one of these. Click this button. Go figure out where party member is. They should really have a search in this, do they? They have a filter. That's oh, it deletes a filter every time you go up a directory. And I don't know where this is located. Well, time to go find out. Party member is in instance prep. Instance prep. Party member base. Cool, okay. That's why it's character selector, the one that changed that? Yeah, I see. All right, let's say party member at end of battle. Yeah, the name might be changed eventually at end of battle. Okay, so this is going to delete the name and the skill point label and then change the margins by upping them by 4. I think that looked pretty good. Good. So that's party member at end of battle. Now end battle screen uses party members somewhere. Party member. Add adventurer. This doesn't know what kind of party member to make. Will walking to portal also use this one? I'd assume yes. Probably. So yeah, well, let's just rename that now then. Party member for battle. Party member battle. Battle party member. I wanted party member to be the prefix, not the suffix there, but I think this probably makes more sense. Excuse me, battle party member. Okay, now let's go delete the other thing that I just did. Battle or party member for battle. Deleting through Godot probably just makes more sense. All right, so that's the look that we want. I guess use this on the walking to portal screen. Use this on the walking to portal scene as well. Party member like. So we have a party section. The problem is add party member is creating this kind of party member. We need to have it create a different kind, but then do all the same things. Now, we could accomplish this in a couple different ways. Honestly, the easiest one is just taking a Boolean here of like construct the light version or not, and then just check. And that way I'm not making some different inheritance hierarchy for this and overriding just part of this and then doing the filling out down there. And finally gave it an install Copilot. Were you using any AI before that? And are you liking it? Because I think it's pretty good. Actually, I was just making a change yesterday in here. So I wrote this out. Let me delete these and I'll show you. So I added animation name and then all I needed to do is just press enter here and it filled out the next one for me. So there, it just filled it out. And then down here, same thing. And I think that's really nice. I like that it does that. It's going AI-less. Yeah, I think you'll find it's improving your efficiency a little bit, but probably not like a major amount. But even stuff like that, it's like, that saved me probably, let's say like 8 seconds yesterday. I didn't need to verify the names or anything. But I guess every once in a while it does cost me time. So I don't know why net gain is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just change this so that this takes in a Boolean, like I said. Because end battle screen is going to do it differently. Walking to portal is going to do it differently. Yeah. Bool use battle version. And I'll just put a comment for that. This is a lazy way of, if true, it'll use hate typing out these comments. Battle party member because of the CC ref things. Use battle party member. Otherwise, it'll use party member. Well, it'll create a. Otherwise, it'll use create a party member. This was a lazy way of implementing this. We should use inheritance if we ever add more variants. Variants for inheritance. Hey, Nuka DeLuca. I saw you have a Twitch VOD of Skeleseller. I have it on my list to watch that, but I have not gotten to it yet. But Kevin, I think, watched the whole thing and had a highlight reel. So he shared like 4 links, possibly more by now, like to timestamped sections of the VOD. So I wanted to make sure you know it exists. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, the way I discovered it was I was looking at this search for Skeleseller, and I saw that your video showed up. Oh, hey, that's there too. That wasn't there the other. Wait a sec. How does this work? This is from 18 days ago, but I went to Skeleseller and I clicked videos and it didn't show up. Is this? Yeah, weird. Huh. That's got to be a bug, right? If you go to past broadcasts, Paij's video shows up, but Nuka DeLuca's doesn't. If you go to all videos, Nuka DeLuca's does, and Paij's doesn't. Yeah, that's got to be a bug. That's what I was trying to do to find all the videos. Okay, Mystical Cell, thanks for the resub. Happy 7 months. Maybe there's a publishing difference? I don't think so. Oh, actually, I guess it depends on how Nuka DeLuca uploaded it, because Paij just streamed it. But I'm guessing Nuka DeLuca also just streamed it. Oh, you weren't under... Oh, you weren't in the category. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense then. So it would show up somewhere else in one of the other categories, like Smite or in... Oh, no, in Game Dev maybe. Messed up and wrong, and there's no incentive for them to do better. Yeah, and as long as this stuff is mostly findable. I've been trying to get Sonar.js implemented to work, and this rule is very applicable to what you were just writing. I don't think it's just for JavaScript. Method should not contain selector parameters. Unfortunately, developers calling it won't see the parameter name, only its value. They'll be forced to guess at the meaning or to take an extra time to look the method up. Actually, in C# this isn't a problem. Yeah, because you can... This is such a weird example, by the way. Tempt, and if they're of age, offer them liquor or candy. But anyway, yeah, in C# you can write of age, colon, and then put false, so it'll be clear. Okay, yeah, take care, Nuka DeLuca. Yeah. Yeah, and in this case, I'm intentionally cutting a corner here because I want to get this thing done. All right, so we have create party member. Honestly, even this isn't super important, but like, let's make a public static party or battle party member, which doesn't even exist yet. Actually, I guess it's just a party member in the end anyway, right? Create battle party member. And let's do that. And let's go make this thing. Battle party member. All right, there we go. So now we gotta modify every single one of these things. This is gonna be true. Oh wait, we gotta use this. Party member dot battle party member. Okay, any others where this exists? Here. This is party chooser. I don't even know what party chooser is. Where's that go? Oh, that's for the battle map. For that, actually, you know what? Even for that, it's like, should we show those dots to indicate you have skill points on any other screen, I wonder? I don't know. We might need to think about that too. But yeah, this would be false because we want to show their name. think about that some more as we keep doing this. And then, yeah, this should be false. All right, there shouldn't be many more of these. Walking the portal is true. And then I think there's one remaining. No, I got them all. Okay, let's try it out. Hey, Jeep, how's it going? All right, change the margins in the small version. We did that. Oh, and then close issues after all this stuff. Close issues after all of this. There's one about the end battle screen height. Truncating stuff. Define an enumeration. The reason I wouldn't do that is just because of the yank it and need it principle. Like, if we ever need a third thing, then we kind of, I think we should just change how this is coded. But we don't need a third thing for right now, so I tend to not add that stuff. Also, the refactoring it to be an enumeration would be pretty simple. Okay, so this looks good. Then we get into here, and it is broken. What happened? Unable to cast object of type panel container to party member. Oh, my bad. I didn't put a script on this. Party member.cs. I think that should do it. Okay, there we go. We got our little sword icon here now. All right, pretty nice. So that'll give us space to put some icons here. So let's check just this in for now. We got to change the 9-panel background as well. Let's go do that. Where is the background here? Texture is card.png. Show in file system, open in file manager. It opened on the other monitor apparently. Card, there it is. Open with GIMP. And we're going to just delete that shadow. Where's the color picker here? And now the pencil. Boop, we're done. Now there are some like little random pixels in the side that are that shadowy color. That's probably fine. I don't really know what that looks like in game. It's just not even really visible. Oh, it's not even, they even show up? I don't even think they show up. No, they show up. Yeah, it's just not visible, so I don't care. That's fine. Yeah, but that shadow we gotta delete. So now overwrite card. Done. Now we load this up in the game. Yeah, so the shadow's gone. So margins are gone or updated. This is done. This is done. And this is done. And this is done. Yeah, so let's go check that in. Good, good, good. Yeah, this is all looking good. Cool. So make battle party member. This is a smaller version of party member. I guess it's a shorter version visually of party member, since it doesn't show the name of the adventurer or whether they have skill points. It's intended to be used for battle screens where the amount of space we have is limited. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then I also deleted the shadow from card.png since it will no longer line up correctly with the adventurer image. All right, so all this is done. This should be done after all of that stuff. Then the next thing is we need icons. Time to make icons. And they don't emit sounds. We got to fix that too at some point. All right, so let's download this. Clockwise rotation. We don't already have this, do we? No. We don't. All right, so download. And then go find it. There it is. And then find out where to put it. And then put it there. And then isn't there something else I usually have to change about this? I don't know. Let's try just putting that in as a button somewhere. End battle screen. How do we make icon buttons in the first place? I think we just set their icon. Well, let me make sure that's actually what we're doing here. Yes, that's all we're doing. All right, so here, instead of repeat button having text, we just click icon and select clockwise rotation. It becomes gigantic, and then we figure out what we did to fix that, which is to, I'm guessing, set a size. Yeah, 32 by 32. And then left, center, expand. All right. Left, center, expand. 32 by 32, delete the text. And there's our icon. This needs a texture of linear, which it should already have. And that's it. So this already had a tooltip and it was set through code. What does the tooltip say? Start a new battle with the same party at the same location. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. Okay, well, that was easy. So that one's done. Now, I mean, I guess we could test it, but I'll test them all at once. Now auto battle, let's do that one. So for this, we have battle panel. We have this one. This has the stone graphic in the background. And what is this? It's an icon toggle button. So what, we need to give it a theme from the parent? No, this was given the theme directly. That's a problem. I don't think this needs to be here though. I think we can delete that. Or we can just change it. It doesn't really matter either way. Let's go try it. Let's just put it into end battle screen and see what happens. So we instantiate an icon toggle button. And then change its theme. How do we clear? That might not work. Also, it's got to look like it's the same size as that. Oh, actually, what do we do in the, what are we doing here? We should do the same thing we do here. We have a toggle auto battle button. And this is what changes between the two different kinds of icons. One would be an X and the other would be the rotatey things. I don't know about that. Start, let me see. Yeah, I think showing an X there is going to be bad. I think we should change it to an indication that it is selected instead of changing the icon, because we're probably going to use an X for the close button. I think that would be better. Do I have that written down too? Close normally in. Make sure the close button has an icon. All right, well then let's use, I guess this is the next step. Auto battle needs to be the same general button everywhere. It's different in battle panel and in instance.tscn. This is what we have right now. And the problem is the size of this thing. Why is this not 32 by 32? Why is the other one so much bigger? What size is this? It's 49 by 49. Why? Is it because of the font size here? This is 32 by 32. Where is the icon? Here. And it's inside a container that is what? A margin container? Is this just adding margin? Yes, it is. Okay, well, that explains that. Those numbers add up. So we don't want there to be a margin for that. We probably just do want there to be a margin for that, and that all of them should have that margin. But then I don't think it's possible to accomplish this with just button. I think we need to, well, maybe it is. Let's see what happens if we expand the size of this. Transfer, oh, we can't because it's in a container. Oh, that's fun. And if we expanded the size of this to be 48, then the icon gets bigger too. Yeah, so we can't do that. Yeah. So I think we're going to need a custom icon button. And we have icon toggle button. It'd be pretty much the exact same thing. It just wouldn't be a toggle. What makes this a toggle right now? I don't like this. Yeah, I think we need an icon button that lets us control the margin. All right, well, let's look into that then. So make icon button so that we can have a consistent style between icon toggle button and icon button. And what's the script for this? It's got this like reverse rendering thing, button with custom children. It's got to inherit from that. It's got to call base ready and do this. Though it doesn't need to update the modulate, so I guess that wouldn't be needed. It would get an icon for what reason? Maybe it doesn't need that at all. Yeah, I don't think it does need this. And I'm guessing this is just set directly in the editor that this is a toggle type of button. Yes, it is. Okay, then this shouldn't be too bad. Maybe try one of the other buttons, toggle button. You'd still need two different icon graphics. I don't think we do need two different icon graphics though, because we don't use it here. We just change the colors. And I think that's a better way of doing this, given that right now we have an icon that will eventually look like a close button. So you turn this on and it turns into an X. And I think that X is going to appear up here. So I don't want there to be an X there and an X there. And I do think it makes sense to just use that same icon. The toggle button, did I write that wrong? Oh, no. Okay. All right, so yeah, we would save this. This would inherit from the same general scene. Let's go get started on that then. So go up to UI and find button with custom children. I don't know how to ever find anything in here. I want just the search that they give you when you instantiate a scene that already has a root. It's right there, and that probably shouldn't have been there. But what I'm talking about is this dialogue, so I can just type button with custom children. I don't need to look through folders or anything. And you just can't do that when you're making a new scene. So this is going to be called an icon button. Now, technically, I think icon toggle button should be an icon button. So we need to change the inheritance even of that. Yeah, sure. Well, whatever. Let's add in an icon there for now. This is a texture rectangle. I'm going to do this from scratch so it doesn't get any weird references between one another. That probably doesn't really matter. Access is unique name, call this icon, and give it the actual icon. I mean, for now, we can just say that. And then set the minimum size of 32 by 32. And we should see this here. Yes. But then the children container, this does not have the right margins, which is supposed to be what, 8899? Is that what this is set to? 8899. Why does that look different then? What did I mess up? Oh, this is probably wrong. Keep aspect, fit width. Fit width, keep aspect. Ah, that looks good. Okay, so now these look the same other than their theming, which can be done by the parent if they want to. Hey, James. James, I don't want to make you feel bad, but you were sighing quite a lot while you were playing Skeleseller. I know you're in your feedback, you wrote that it was pretty grindy toward the end. And I was like, oh man, it really feels like he's not having fun. I was enrolled in piano lessons in college, and I really, really liked my piano teacher. Her husband was like the orchestra teacher or something like that. And whenever there was a performance, he would be sighing like very loudly in the audience. I was wondering, like, is he not enjoying it? Is this just how he sits around? I don't know. You were nervous? Oh, wow. Okay. Is it because you knew you were recording yourself? Because I, I will say this. I think I got more value from your notes than I did from the video. And I'm glad you wrote up those notes. And I appreciate that you did any of that. But yeah, I think the notes were the key takeaway for me. The reason single toggles are odd is that it's hard to tell the difference between depressed on and disabled when the icon simply gets darker. Yeah, and I want to figure out how to make that look a little bit better. I don't think I have that explicitly written on this list right now. I think I might have put it in a note somewhere. Awkward to record myself. Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry. Yeah. I didn't realize it was because of nervousness, so I'm sorry for pointing that out. And like I said, I still appreciate that you did all that stuff. I think that being able to see people play the game is usually really insightful. There was this person on YouTube who they shared a video, but they didn't have narration, and it was like bizarre watching them because dialogues would pop up and they'd immediately dismiss them without reading any of it. And and for whatever reason they clicked the slime like 9 different times to get this dialogue. And I just thought, man, like whatever they're expecting, after 3 or 4 times, you'd realize it's not changing what they're saying. They weren't reading the text. They were just like clicking them and then doing this. And the only other case where I saw someone do that, the person had ADHD, and I just wondered, is that ADHD behavior? They're just like clicking everything that pops up and not reading things. And they like almost never upgraded their town. They got, I think, a total of 3 upgrades by the end of their like 50 minutes of playing. And it's like, I don't know, maybe they had fun, maybe they didn't. They never actually commented or said a word during the video. Did they know? I don't know. I don't know if they knew English or anything. There was no narration. It was just the game audio. And even then they turned off the music. So it was like just battle sounds are playing for like an hour. Actually, they must have known English because I did see every once in a while they would pause and read something. What's wrong with the warehouse sign right now? It's because of a debug function we're using. There's something odd that happens with the combination of our debug function. I didn't think this would take so long to load up, or I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, I think if we click grant most things, it gets stuck there, and then you upgrade it and it gets fixed. Because what's happening is it's building the warehouse and putting the sign here, and then like debug granting us the rest of those things. Okay, so where do we leave off of this? This should just be called icon button. Maybe we should make a buttons folder at this point. I should write myself a note to move everything else. Move all buttons into the new buttons folder. All right, so we have icon button, and then icon toggle button should inherit from that, but have a different script. This is going to need a script, but I don't think it needs to do anything special other than just be a button with custom children. Does it need to do anything? No, I don't think so. Thank goodness. Does it already have the script? It does. How? Did I do that? Oh, I instantiated the scene that had that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. So next up, we've got to get this to inherit from the other scene and have a different script on it, but otherwise have no changes. And the theme should be the same on battle panel. So I don't think you can do this once you already have the scene. So I think we need to delete this completely. Let's copy the name. But reveal in file system and delete. So it's called icon toggle button, and it's used by the battle panel. Oh, I hate this. There's going to be no easy way to do this, is there? I think we can save over the scene as long as it's not open, maybe. Icon button. This will be called this. And it's going to have a different script. And then we try saving this over the other one and really, really hope that that works. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, yeah. It's only when you have the tab open that it doesn't work. Now this is wrong. This is an icon toggle button. We want to delete this one. And we want instead for it just to be, oh, actually we did want it to be an icon toggle button. Whoops. Oh man, how do I position this correctly? There we go. And then we go look at battle panel and it should look exactly the same. Okay. I think that worked. Maybe you had to actually play everything, there'd be fewer bugs. Maybe, maybe. All right, so there's our button. I think the style changed in such a way that makes this really hard to see now. How do we test this? I've gotta either stash these changes. Yeah, let's stash them. Get stash. Okay, because I gotta see what this used to look like. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that. I don't know how that would have changed. Yeah, so this is with it hovered and enabled. I'm just going to annotate this like this because it's easier to use the shotter tool than it is to use the GIMP tool. Hovered / enabled / old. Done. I'll paste that in there. And then let's just leave the game running. And then pop the stash and go take a look at it. Oh, we can't leave the game running unless we do it from here. So as mentioned, I'm pretty sure I broke this somehow. Huh, no, now it's looking fine. What? What happened? Something different is going on here. I don't know what though. I could have sworn it was broken the last time I just tried this, but maybe it wasn't. Because I think it's looking exactly the same as it used to. Let's put them side by side. This is the old one. This is the new one. Yeah, they're looking the same. It did look broken. Yeah, maybe, I don't know what could have caused that. But if we see it again, we'll do something about it. All right, so what do we have now? Make icon buttons. We can have a consistent style. So we're done with this. Then auto battle needs to be the same general button everywhere. It's different in battle panel and in instance.tscn. Oh, right. So now what we can do is we can go modify instance. This is not even what instance looks like. We got to close every other tab. This is what it looks like. And these need to be different now. So this should be an icon toggle button. It does not have that theme set. And then next to it will be the flee button, which is an icon button. And then we make it editable children. Change the icon to be run.svg. So now that looks the same as what we had, but just larger margins, which I think is good. And then we put their tooltips back where they should be. So here and here. And then they need the same names. Toggle auto battle. Oh. And this should be flee button. Okay, now we delete the old ones. And then we got to go modify the script because now these are different kinds of buttons. I think the tooltip needs to go inside the inner button. How do we do it in the battle panel? Because it's working there. How? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. So here, editable children. There we go. And there we go. And then we need to customize this script. So we have the flee button, and it was a button supporting all clicks. It won't do that anymore, will it? Button with custom children. Oh, darn it. We had a debug function we're going to delete from this, I guess. Yeah. If we want this to have a right click handler, we need to do something special about it. Which we could do, but is there a reason to do this? Button supporting all clicks isn't even a thing, it's just this. It says left click and right click. You add this as a script to a scene that is a button. I think we can just, yeah, I think we can just do this then. We can just put this in an icon button. We just give this the script of button supporting all clicks. And then change icon button to expose that. So I guess we'll just name this kind of stupidly. This will be right click pressed. Just a little weird. And then that comes from here, button dot right. Oh, it can't be a button anymore. Ugh. Got to be a button supporting all clicks. Now right click pressed, invoke that. And there's just a regular pressed. Is that the right thing? It's left click pressed. I guess it is a button, so it's the same thing as just pressed. And press doesn't pass in an event, does it? No. Okay. Well, it's going to be a little bit tedious, but I think in the end it's going to work. And we don't ever dispose of these things. Yeah. All right, now what? Now we go change instance. This is not a button supporting all clicks anymore. An icon button needs to forward those things. Icon button.cs. Oh, it is a button supporting all clicks. Interesting. So it will just work. All right, let's just run the game and see what happens. It might fail. Well, it definitely broke. What did I forget? Unable to cast button to button supporting all clicks. That's button with custom children. Icon toggle button. Icon toggle button ready. Button dot pressed. Oh, did it not change the inherited scene? Icon toggle button. It didn't. That doesn't seem correct. Does this not inherit from this? Oh god, it doesn't. Oh, darn it, I messed this up. Oh no. Maybe that's why it looked different. All right, icon toggle button needs to inherit from icon button. And then we just need to make it a toggle. Ugh. I think I clicked the wrong thing then, huh? Yeah, now we make this a toggle button. And then otherwise, that's fine. Now we save this over here as icon toggle button. All right, now let's run that. You need to set flee button to be icon button or button with custom children. I think that's what'll be here now, apparently. Yeah, I can't cast type. So did I? Oh wait, no, this is for the auto repeat thing. Where's that coming from? Battle panel 68. Auto repeat is an icon toggle button. Oh, I didn't give it the right script. Oh, I didn't even give it the right name. Okay, it built. That's good. I'm like, the button doesn't show up here, but that's because I needed to enable that. This is not working correctly. Icon toggle button. On pressed, it should update modulate. Is this even getting called? Does it know that it can be pressed? No. Okay, why not? Because what does this inherit from? Icon toggle button inherits from button with custom children. Is there anything we do here? Set press no signal, for example, that matters? No. And it's got an on pressed event, and we're listening to that pressed event over over here. Set start button state. No, it should handle itself though. It's like it's not pressable. May need to open it in the editor too. It's open already, but it did look like it changed something. That's weird. Yeah, let's close out of this one then, I guess. No, it's still not working. And since I opened it through the editor, now I've got to close this and open it through VS Code so I can try to find out what's happening. Let's put a breakpoint there. Why is this being called already? What even does this? Oh, we instantiate every scene to begin with. That's why. Wait, but ready means it's in the scene tree. Yeah, what is this? Name. Auto repeat button. What? Oh, for the battle panel? Oh, yeah, it's just not showing by default. Okay, that's fine. So that means that this must be... Visibility doesn't exist in the current context. Oh, visible? Visible's true. It's probably going to get turned off after a little bit. That's fine. Hey, Tim. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I felt bad because I could only watch for a little bit and I wanted to chat, but I didn't want to make it seem like, all right, I've sent 3 messages. It's okay to say bye now. So I'm sorry for just jetting. I hope you got your... Stop calling me. Yeah. We need a clip of that. I hope you got all your emotes figured out. Behavior inheritance. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong yet. So I'm actually not sure what the behavior inheritance question is about, but yeah, welcome in, Jost. But yeah, hi everybody. We are still working on Skeleseller. We are trying to make, so we have an auto battle. This is essentially a checkbox and it's not working right now. But even if it were working, we're trying to make it so that once you do start a battle, that it looks the same here and it looks the same on the other screen. And I've broken everything. So that's what we're working through right now, trying to fix this. All right, so what happened here? This is coming from, why do I not see this? Instance, there it is. Instance.cs, line 68. Toggle auto battle button is now an icon toggle button. And that's going to be a problem because of this. It doesn't have toggled now. Oh, man. We're going to get this. Anyway, thank you again, Tim, and I hope you had a good stream. Where do we listen to this thing? Button pressed. There's just pressed, and then there's on press, and we set the state of this thing based on whether or not what. Button press. Okay, I think it's fine. Oh, you're asking Smack about this. My bad. On a scale of 1 to object-oriented programming, how fond are you of behavior inheritance? Yeah, I'm a little confused by this too. Do you mean just inheriting functions? Because I'm fine with it. She was pretty decent. Mental exhaustion hit me quick at the end though. Oh, Tim, I had 2 things I wanted to talk to you about. One, are you doing like mega streams now? Because it looked like your uptime for a lot of those streams has been quite high. And it sounds like you're doing a lot, which is good. I'm just asking out of curiosity, not out of anything else. There's no judgment there. And 2 is I sent you a Discord DM about like testing your game on stream if you want. And if you want, great. If you don't want, that's totally fine. I don't know if it was on your radar or not. Totally up to you. Okay, so this has got to change to be when you press this thing and there's an is on, which isn't even used. Love it when that happens. All right, button pressed equals false. So this is not possible. You can't do this. But there is a set pressed no signal. But by doing this, we would have a signal. So this is going to change things, won't it? There's going to be a problem there, huh? Public override bool button press. I guess we need a set with the signal. How do we do that? So its getter is going to be that, and its setter is going to be that, I guess. Cannot override because button press does not have an overridable set. Are you kidding me? What? Is it because of this? It is because of this. This is bad. Well, let's just make it overridable then, huh? Get set. Somehow I deleted button pressed from there. Doing 8-hour streams with Stamina is good. 2021 to 2023 at 12 to 14-hour days, which I'd call mega streams. Yeah, I would definitely call those mega streams too. I thought you were doing those more recently though. Hey, Monkey on Strike. I was wondering what single source of truth means in programming. I've heard it used in a few different ways. So the way I take it to mean is imagine you have something like, I don't know, you have some data blob. Let's say it's a JSON blob. And you've got some like raw numbers here, and maybe it's like 1, 2, 3. And then you've got like sums of numbers, and you store that as like 6, or sum of numbers, I guess. This is computed from raw numbers. So you actually are getting this from 2 different locations. 1, computing it, just adding 1, 2, and 3. And 2, how it's stored. And these things can get out of sync with one another. So you actually have 2 sources of truth now. One is sort of the real way of adding these things together, and the other is this way. This is my like sort of brief example. There might be a more compelling example you could think of here. But yeah, imagine that you have something stored in 2 different parts of memory. Who cares? Thank you very much for the $20, by the way. Hope this helps and shines your day so you can debug and troubleshoot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think possibly a better way of looking at this would be just that you have, I don't know, maybe like class A is storing your raw numbers, and then class B is also storing them. And again, generally the sort of problem you run into is just that these things can get, you can get out of sync, and now you don't know what to trust. So instead have one source of truth, like keep the numbers somewhere, and then anywhere you need to do something based on them, have a selector that gets the sum or some other processing pipeline, and then it can cache it. I mean, classic inheritance where object inherits everything as opposed to types extending other types, but only inheriting the shape of the data. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think my sort of general stance is that I think inheritance is fine when it's appropriate for the solution, and sometimes it's sort of forced on you by whatever framework you're using. But you can always have shallow inheritance and still compose objects together. So I think it becomes a problem when you've got a hierarchy that's really hard to extend. and then yeah, you start doing weird things at that point to try to work around behavior that you have. I think the other aspect of this is there are patterns. Patterns can be good, but patterns are tools, and any tool can be used wrong. So for example, like classic example, if all you have is a hammer, anything's going to look like a nail. Like there's no problem with a hammer, but if you're trying to use it to measure things, that's a giant problem, right? Like it's 3 hammers long. Oh, okay. And I think that's the same with inheritance. So I think then the question becomes, how easy is it to misuse the tool? And with inheritance, I think it's pretty easy to misuse it. Insert the singleton, most abused design pattern. Yeah, I think singletons are they're easy to understand, easy to use, and hard to understand the problems that arise unless you've seen them before. Because a lot of times you're like, I need this data here. Okay, fine, I'll just make a singleton. But then like a year down the line, you've accessed that singleton from 17 different places and you don't need it to be a singleton anymore. You're like, oh, now I need to refactor 17 different places. And this is so painful that I think it's just worth avoiding singletons unless you absolutely know what you're doing or know what you're going to be incurring. All right, please tell me this actually works. What are we doing here now? Trying to get the icon and set it differently. I don't actually want to do this anymore. Cancel sbed. Do we use this anywhere else? This should turn into the close icon. We don't use this anywhere else. So I'm going to write that down because otherwise it's not going to be used. Cancel sbed is the icon we should be using. It's not used anywhere else. Really, the problem is just global state. Yeah, there are other tiny problems with singletons, but yeah, I think the big problem there is global state. And I think this is generally why people want a singleton. Abstract singleton proxy factory bean is actually like proper in the Spring framework. Okay. Let's unjava our lives right now. Is enabled. We only use this in one spot, so we should just put this here. Please work. Yeah, who cares? Sorry for blitzing through your message there, but like I said, I do appreciate it. Man, I think this is something YouTube kind of did right here, which is these messages super stand out. And they're colorful and they're like visible. I can see this out of the corner of my eye now because it's bright orange. All right, is this button working? No. And when I start a battle, does anything work? One, we're doing the same general thing I was doing already. This is button custom children to, oh, I wrote the wrong thing. I maybe meant to do that somewhere else. Where's the auto battle button? Icon toggle button. That part's fine. I'm still not sure why the battle panel one isn't working. I gotta look into that. It's possible I instantiated the scene wrong somehow. Button with custom children has no left click pressed. Oh, this is not good. This should be icon button, which is here. Oh, it's pressed. It's not left click pressed. Although possibly I should have called it left click pressed. All right, showing that. Doesn't contain one for text. Not button with custom children anymore though, is it? What is this thing? It's an icon button, but it just so happens to have that script. Setting its text. Why do we do that? Oh, it'll no longer be an icon button if we do that. I guess it's like a button that happens to have an icon but could also have text. I wonder what would happen if we did that and we changed this to say really flee and then hid the icon. I think that's bad. I don't know. Maybe that's not bad. It's weird. Yeah, I wanted you to have to confirm fleeing, but maybe you shouldn't have to confirm it. Maybe we should just get rid of this and just clicking it will flee. There is no penalty. It's not like it matters that much. Yeah, let's just get rid of the confirmation. All right, so the has clicked flee button is just going to be assumed to be true everywhere. So let's remember that. Oh, there, we're done. I thought that'd be harder. It's only used in that one spot. Yeah. I was concerned you might accidentally click it, but even in that case, it really doesn't make much of a difference. All right, so now we're breaking something else. This has been fun. Instance init line 101. Auto battle tooltip. Toggle auto get tooltip on parent. That's not how we do this anymore. It's now underneath the button. But we just shouldn't do it this way anyway. I'm not sure why I did this to begin with. It should just be named auto battle tooltip. And we should just get it from there. What was I thinking? Auto battle tooltip. Accidentally hit the close button a lot. Never accidentally hit flee. You say accidentally hit the close button. Are you trying to click near it and you accidentally click it, or is it that the button stands out to you and your hand just like automatically goes to it? Because I have seen that second one happen a lot. It seems like a lot of people play the game and they just see a button there and they're like, I want to click that. I hit it out of habit. Yeah. That's what's happening for a lot of people. And I'm not even really sure what to do about that. Because like I think we need a close button for battles. But yes, there is a tendency for people to be like, oh, that button's there and it's pretty prominent. Maybe if we just move it to the bottom right. Not sure. Habit for me too, yeah. I gotta think about that. All right, flee button tooltip, same thing. Whoops. Let's change this to be flee button, or just flee tooltip. Flee tooltip. Now, why do we save this one off so we can update the text? Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Kappa. Under the keyboard, it'd be hard to click. That's true. I sometimes forget that my keyboard camera is there. Also, hey, Bashara. I try to be mindful of it. Hey, we finally did it. All right, flee the battle. Done. Now let's try with auto battle. So we click this button. Is it on? It is on. So it's just not showing that it's on. And now I click it again, and it's not showing that it's off. So it must be working the same way over here. Like if we start a battle now, it's off. And if we start a battle and click this, it's still off. So it's just not working at all there. Let's go find out why. Auto repeat button. Button pressed and it's not disabled. I don't think it would be disabled. This apparently isn't getting hit. Let's try that out. Oh, it is getting hit. What? What? Visible? Where do we must check if it's pressed here. Yeah. Was that not changing? Oops. I don't know what happened to my application bar, but I can't switch windows now. Something. Wait, what's this? What's this pink rectangle doing around this? How do I make that go away? I can't drag the window or I can't resize it. I don't even know what caused that. If I just stop that, does this work again? Yeah, it does. Weird. What what would have caused that? I must have pressed some shortcut that I don't even realize that I pressed. Anyway, in here we have set start button state. So auto repeat button, not button pressed. I wonder if this is just not being hit. This plus that. Maybe only show close if auto battle is off. Yeah, that could be a good idea. I think if it's on, closing the window asks if you really want to close it, but that's a lot of work. Yeah. Well, this is combined. Whoops. Got there. This is combined with one other thing we should probably do. Yeah. Which is maybe code the thing that lets people start a battle even when the adventurers are busy. Come on. I was typing that. And then when that's done, maybe hide the Maybe disable the close button while auto battle is on. Is this working now? No, it wouldn't work. I didn't make it work, but I did make it print out what this thing is set to. So it says it's false. If I click it again, I'm guessing it's all going to say it's false still. Yeah. All right, well, where's this coming from? On pressed inside button with custom children, which comes from button supporting all clicks, which is why there's a problem. Because icon toggle button should be getting in on that action. How do we get it to get in on that action? Button.pressed. It is not a button anymore. It's a button with custom children, isn't it? Or button supporting all clicks. So we got to search left click to press. This is possibly going to break things. Well, let's try it. Yeah, this is why people say first you do 90% and then you do the next 90% of a project, because I'm doing all of this for what, like to get some icons in the battle window. But when I was making these features to begin with, I'm like, yeah, we'll come back to this at some point. And yeah, now is when we're coming back to this. But look, it's taking, 2-3 hours or something. All right, so that let me flee. Now we're gonna go start a battle with auto battle. Please tell me this works. No. Is it working, but it's just not rendering the state correctly? Auto battle is off. I click this. It's still off. No, it's still not working. What did I do wrong, man? Update modulate must never be called. It is being called. Button press must never be changing then, because I guess it's never changing the pressed of this thing. Yeah, so we probably need to do that. Button pressed equals not button pressed. And then we need to rename this function, but let's save the renaming the function until later. Hey, Potato. Welcome back. The last bits of polished stuff tend to take much longer because of all the little tiny edge cases. Yeah. And because if you haven't done any polished stuff, you don't really have any polished code to build off of. Like this, once we are done with this, we should have an icon button that we could use everywhere. We might never need to use it again, but we didn't really have a reusable one up until now. All right, look at that. This is working now. What about the one in battle? So it's on. If I start a battle, it should look like it's on. It does. And then in here, I should be able to turn it off and on. Nice, perfect. So it says current state on. It still says current state on. Okay, so that current state thing isn't changing. This needs to be changed to be on click. Yeah. And then we just got to go figure out why it's not updating this properly. Update auto battle button. This is done when you toggle this. Its button press property isn't correct though. Oh, because the order that the event handlers happens in? That would be an issue. That would be a big issue. That would be a really big issue. We need to listen to pressed from here. Oh, that's a problem. Children press. Yeah, we need to override this, I think. God, what's going to happen if we do that? Protected virtual void. Why was this ever made virtual to begin with? Sorry, hang on. I'm just trying to think about this. We've got to make sure that people don't directly listen to the button. Where is that coming from? Well, how's this thing listening to this? Oh, it's not even this one. It's the one in the instance. We listen to pressed. Yeah, which is button with custom children. We need it to be the icon toggle buttons pressed so that we know that this thing has had a chance to act on that. Shouldn't it just be done after we add this to the scene then? It's already been added to the scene. Oh, I'm confused. Yeah. How do you sync all your UI into different game systems? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but I think the answer is the observer pattern. So for example, there's like a battle and there's a, I don't know, let's say like the auto repeat checkbox. When you click this, it's probably going to emit a signal like on toggled auto repeat. And then if something else cares about that, it can listen to this event without the battle needing to be coupled to that thing. Well, maybe that's not what you're talking about. It's a C# coding convention to differentiate member variables from local variables. So if you had something here like bool does whatever equals false, then if you were to type something like if does whatever, even as a reader of this code who's not familiar with the code base, you'd know this must be a local variable. So you could scroll up in the code and find out where it is. But if you saw an underscore, you'd be like, now I know it's a member variable. And you'd scroll to a different point in the code, probably the top somewhere, and find it. Yeah, so I think this is just an ordering problem. But I think the issue is that we need to expose this differently. It's an icon toggle button, but it's pressed is going the wrong thing. Can you make this virtual? No. What if I put it in here? What's that going to do? Hides inherited member. Use the new keyword if hiding is intended. I mean, I do want to hide this, but then this is so stupid. I got to think about this some more. Morning, Fern. How you doing? Hey, Sinistella. Breaks lurk just to post a Fern. Remember that question on inheritance? So this one's a little weird in that one, I'm not paying much attention, which is what's causing this. Two, is that we are trying to let me write this out because I think this is going a little sideways. So if icon toggle button is a button with custom children. Button with custom children has a button. Yeah. And then that button emits a left click event. Emits left click pressed. Yes, which goes where? Calls on pressed for the button. Invokes that. And then icon toggle button needs to use that or no? So we need icon toggle button to listen to that, manage its state, then emit its own event. So we shouldn't even expose the pressed event because then you can directly call into that. Like this is the problem. We can very easily listen for that thing. I can fix this problem. I'm just not sure if it's gonna make the most sense. I'm trying to come up with the best solution here. The parent exposes pressed. What if we never did that? What if this, no, but it has to be used somewhere. It's used for the flee button, for example. And it's only because this is a toggle button that we need to do something different. Yeah, okay. Let me try something then. Let's do this. Let's say was toggled. And there's a left click pressed event here. That isn't even correct. So weird. No, the button is this. Okay, no, I see what I'm doing wrong. Icon toggle button both is a button and has a button. I think that's the issue. Yeah. Is a button and has a button. And what do we actually want this thing to be? I guess functionally it does work this way. And this is how button with custom children works too. Yeah. So I guess this thing was intentional. Well, let's take a look at that then. I still don't like this at all. And I think this is hard to reason about. The reason this is happening, by the way, is because of how Godot works. So regular buttons in Godot, well, I'm also interacting with this too, but anyway, regular buttons in Godot can have some text and can have an icon. So let's say we do something like this. So there you can see the text and there you can see the icon, and we can change some of this stuff. We can make this smaller or whatever. Anyway, just imagine, yeah. So now the icon disappeared and we'd have to do something to change the size. 32 by 32. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it went. And it doesn't matter. So it can have both of these things, but that's it. It's got to be either icon, text, or text icon. You can't move it so that it's like vertical, or you can't resize the icon, or you can't change the texture filter on both of those things together. So we made a custom thing that acts like a button by having a button, and that way you get focus states and everything, but doesn't really use the button to do that stuff. It actually has all of its children inside of a different container. And that's what's introducing this issue, is like we need this sort of shadow button to exist, but it's not really containing anything. And it's a very difficult paradigm to wrap my head around. In fact, it probably means I should just take a break. I should have taken one a little while ago. Yeah, let's take a break really fast, and then when we come back, we'll tackle this. So where I left off, trying to figure out how to get the auto battle button to update before it emits its pressed event. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, for anyone who hasn't seen this, you can type join in Twitch chat. No need for an exclamation mark. And then J and a number. Some examples are here. Have fun jumping. Try to get to the top. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. See ya. Hi, everybody. Hang on a second. There's a cable that I'm trying to stand up. Also, apparently that's still happening. I angled my camera down slightly to try to get that to stop. Let me see if I can change this again. All right. There, does that work? Yeah. Right, there's no bar above me anymore. Can you see anything? No, I think it looks good. Okay. Cool, close the game. Oh, above. There's a tavern above me. It's giving out quests. Trying to figure out how to get the auto battle button update before it admits its pressed event. Yeah. Hey, TJ. And hey, Original Pepper. Just a tiny bit above the keyboard. Is that my chair? I think it's just my chair. Yeah. Wait, no, never mind. That is the green screen. All right. Is that better? Yeah. Thank you, Toulouse. Now the green screen is very close behind me. I can't move very far back. I'll be like Frodo in the third. Was it the third movie? I don't even know. Get stuck in a spider web. Okay, so we need to modify the state of the button. And we need to listen to this so that we know that you click this and then emit our own event here. I guess was toggled. And then where's this happening? Yeah, in here we do this. So the wall is much farther back. Probably, I don't know, like 6 or 7 feet back. And I think, did I test this? I don't know. I think I'd also need to paint part of the ceiling. I don't want to do that. I know some people do, paint their streaming studios. This is also just a room in our place and not some special like secondary studio. All right, let's try this out. So this one's working, which I shouldn't have even modified. This still doesn't work. It's updating, or it's updating in the wrong order. Oh yeah, of course it's updating in the wrong order because I put this in the wrong spot. I'm in the matrix. I don't even see the code anymore. Only paint that part of your room, but that's what I'm saying. The frustum covers the ceiling. Nice. We finally got that working. Okay, so is this a gigantic pain now? Because you could have a toggle button and listen for the pressed event. And if you do, it's going to be pain. Could we just get rid of it? Could you hide it? I wonder if you could just make it private. And then would this be considered an error over here if we tried accessing its pressed? No. Why? Oh, because you can't override things that way? Yeah, I wonder how you would stop it from being called then. I guess you'd have to expose it as a function that, no, you couldn't because it's an event. I don't know. I don't know how you do that. All right, I'm not gonna worry about that. All right, well, we got that working. And this should be done too. So now what we can finally do after all of this time is go into the end battle screen and use our new button. Hooray. What did I miss? I think okay, so just going back a step here. So this is a like a very powerfully instilled C# convention, underscore convention. And I think even Microsoft directly says to use this. Yeah, identifiers must start with a letter or underscore. That's not the part I wanted to say. Where's the part where they say it should? Private instance fields start with an underscore and the remaining text is camel cased. Yeah, so this is the convention they have. They say this somewhere though of why they do this. I know there's a page for that. I just don't know where. C# coding conventions. Underscore. I don't know. Anyway, they have it somewhere, but I do think it helps at least point out the difference. Yeah. In my opinion, it's obsolete. I think it's like any other convention, right? A convention only exists so that when other people look at the code base, they can tell what's going on at a glance. And if you're working with your team, you can kind of come up with any convention you want, right? Like you could have Booleans be in all caps. And if that makes sense for you, then that makes sense. And that's just a thing that can work. So in my mind, it's like having the underscore there is just another indicator that it's private or it's a member variable. And private member variable, I guess. And it's like, hey, if that helps, that's good. If it doesn't help, you can choose not to use it. There you can see it. Yeah, I think I looked for this briefly, but I didn't find it quickly enough. Yeah. Lowercase is obvious, it's private. Yeah. Then, like I said, if that works for you. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. It's not that. It's to differentiate between it being a local variable. So a local variable isn't obvious if it's private because you could have this defined right there in the function. You could have like public void foo, and then bool is visible. So the underscore is to say it's a member variable. The lowercase is to say it was private. They say that somewhere though, or they specifically say it about local variables, comparing it. C# underscore local variable. Maybe it was just on Stack Overflow. I thought there was an official Microsoft resource about it. Anyway, yeah, I think it's like any other convention. It's rooted in something, and if you disagree with it, you can choose not to use it. Yeah, so we were going to add this to the end battle screen, right? Why haven't I modified either of these? Didn't I do this already? Oh, maybe I did it just to show what they would look like as icon buttons, but then I never kept it. All right, so let's call this repeat battle button 2 and auto repeat button 2 so we can get the icon based buttons in here, which are going to, did that just crash? What happened? Why can't I click this? What? Why can't I click this button? Huh, that control works, but none of these other controls work. What is going on right now? That's weird. What is going on? Now it works. I just had to close the scene. I don't know what happened there. All right, anyway, icon button for the repeat. Oh, I guess because I renamed it, maybe it got stuck in some state here. All right, so this is going to be the repeat battle button. And we edit this. And we give it an icon that I don't know if I even downloaded. Oh, I did download it. Cool. All right, so there's a repeat button. Then we want the auto repeat button. That's going to be an icon toggle button That's going to need a different theme, I believe, as well. No, actually, that looks fine. And then that'll be called the auto repeat button. These might have tooltips. They do have tooltips. So we got to put these in the right spot. I'll put that up there. And put this up here. Okay, so now we can delete both of these. Hey, Rami, I'm doing well. Yeah. Is Godot having the same issue our game was for Nuka? Maybe, actually. I didn't even think about that. I wonder. Here we had to open it up again. I wonder if saving and loading would have worked. Did we see an error show up? No. But there might be some like Godot error log that wouldn't be there. Okay, cool. So now we have both of these buttons and we got to go modify the end battle screen thing. We also probably need to modify the walking to portal screen. Modify walking to portal to use the icons. All right, repeat battle button is no longer just a button. It's an icon toggle button. Toggle button. And it's not pressed, it's like was toggled. Actually, giving me a point is something I probably just should have allowed. But I don't want to be on my own leaderboard. I think that's tacky. Well, it's tacky if you're at the top of it. It's not tacky if everyone can feel superior to you by having you be at the bottom of it. This needs to be based on whether... Oh, that's not even right. Oh my god, what am I doing? Just not paying attention to what I'm doing. There's no icon button. It's a button allowing multiple clicks. And then the auto repeat button is a toggle. All right, icon toggle button. This is was toggled. This doesn't need to take in toggled on. It's just going to be auto repeat button dot button pressed. And same thing here, auto repeat button dot button pressed. You gave the bot a point? Oh, really? I didn't even think I realized that. I thought it was me. Is this a left click press thing? There is left click press, but there's also press. Oh man, it's another thing that doesn't really make any sense here. Button supporting all clicks. It extends button. Ah. All right. Well, it doesn't really make a difference, I guess, which one we choose then. Tab completed the wrong person, yeah. Wrong identity, I should say, not person. All right, what next? Down here, auto repeat toggled. What is this? No overload takes an argument. Oh, because we got rid of that? Oh, drat. You used to be able to set this, and then what, it would modify the thing? Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. We need to like... Oh, this is weird. Is there a set pressed with a signal? Pressed equals false. Button pressed equals false. This might not work. Yeah, this might be terrible. Why don't we? Oh, this is so weird. I gotta fix this stuff. This is gonna act like we press the button, which I think what we want. It's gonna eventually call into toggle this function. All right, I think we can do that. If it's not pressed, then return. Otherwise, set this. Yeah. Whew. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, this is tricky stuff. Okay, so we start an instance. I gotta just grant auto battle. We have to manually grant auto battle right now, and I don't like that. Auto battle. Here it is. Skip tutorial. I see everything breaking there. All right, what are you complaining about? End battle screen 202. Auto repeat timer doesn't exist here. Or remaining time label doesn't exist. We'd have to go to the very first error to see. Yeah, that's the problem. Because what? I'm being a dummy? What am I doing? These names are identical in my mind, but they look very different. So repeat battle button is currently an icon button. Icon button is a button with custom children, which is not this. They're just long button names. I don't think it's that it's looping. I think it's that we're in process. We were trying to access something that didn't exist because I used the wrong script name. Because, like I said, they both just are getting melded together into one in my mind. All right, let's try that again. So auto battle's there. We need to fix that. We flee the battle, and it breaks. Value cannot be null in tooltip on parent. Oh, we're not setting the. Oh, I know what's going on. We're trying to get the tooltips, but they're in different spots now, and I didn't give them. No, they're there. Auto repeat tooltip and repeat tooltip. Repeat tooltip, auto repeat tooltip. Yeah, and then we should set where these things are, right? Huh. That's weird. We set this here in init, which is fine. And I probably should use this function in other places. I'm going to write this down. Minor cleanup. Use this from other places. Huh. I don't know why this is considered null then. Oh, I see. Oh, it's for node with tooltip on parent. This doesn't actually have the node anymore. This is really stupid. This is really, really stupid. Because we have the tooltips right here. So I don't know why we didn't just do this. It's one function call, right? Yes. Well, whoops. Tooltip where this shows equal to this. Auto repeat tooltip. This is another one of those times where I feel like we're making progress and it probably shouldn't have taken this long, but it is taking this long. And that's probably just what it needed to happen. So, no point thinking about it too much, probably. All right, now it's causing an infinite loop, I bet. Yeah. And I thought this might happen because we changed how these signals work. So there is was toggled, calls into this. This calls on toggle auto repeat, calls into this, which sets auto repeat to either off or on, which actually doesn't seem to cause a problem. But it's got to be the button press thing that we do, right? Either here or here. Turn off auto battle. Be able to start and edit party. No, that stuff seems fine. What's happening is when I'm clicking it the first time, I guess we could just set a breakpoint and find out how it's looping. Yeah, it's probably more sensible than what I'm doing right now. What? This gets hit immediately? What? I didn't even click that button. I clicked the one on the I clicked the one on the left or the one on the right, I mean. Yeah, I clicked the flee button. Whoops. That's Oh, no, here it is. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Clicking the flee button would end the battle, which would then cause the end battle screen to show up. Yeah. I saw on click and I'm like, what's going on here? But actually, this is from set press no signal. Oh, and this calls on click, which it shouldn't. Yeah, they should have just set the modulate. Private void update modulate. So this goes down here. And call update modulate. And we do the same thing up here. Update modulate. Cool. Today sure is something. These are all little things that are going to help people. Just got to keep reminding myself of that. All right, so we press this and it should trigger the battle, I think. I think it was something's wrong here. I think it's got the wrong starting state. It says current state is off. So when I flee, it shouldn't be doing this. And it's doing it in a different way than how it ever used to do this. I turn it on and then I flee. Oh, fleeing turns it off. So this is set incorrectly. Or fleeing should turn it off, and it probably isn't. Press calls flee battle. Battle system not flee battle. Battle stage ended with fled. What checks to see if you fled? Nothing really. What's supposed to disable this? Maybe I deleted a line of code I didn't mean to delete. What did we used to do? Flee battle, sure. Flee battle did that. Button pressed equals false. Okay, that's not enough, apparently. Yeah, I don't know why though. If it was pressed, set it to false. And this is going to trigger everything that goes along with that. So let's break into that function and find out why this is doing what it's doing. Okay, so we click flee. This didn't even get hit because the button wasn't pressed. So then there's a different problem here. It's not that it needs to cancel it. It is canceled, but the battle doesn't know that it's canceled. So I guess it's an end battle screen problem. The timer is starting anyway. And where do we do that? If auto repeat, how do we know if auto repeat is on? It's passing through a knit. Is that true? It is true. Why? The instance slot knows about it. What does the instance slot think it knows? Hmm. Then we must not be setting this correctly. Let's put a breakpoint there. So I click the button. It should be false now, right? Thinks it's true. Oh, I think I know what's going on. The button thinks that it's off. This thinks that it's on. We got to figure out why this thinks it's on. Maybe it's because there's a mismatch in the button states. All right, let's start from the beginning. Okay, so what's the repro here? We start a battle. We flee that battle. Everything's fine. We can even repeat it, I guess. If I enable this here, now it thinks that it's off. Okay, well, that was the problem to begin with, right? Because it should have looked like it was off already. Yeah, I guess we don't do that properly. I think that's what's causing all of these problems. Set press no signal is auto repeat on. Shouldn't there have been some code here that would do this already? Something needs to use this. Set auto battle value. Yeah, right there. What is that doing? Huh. That looks correct. The state was fine. I think it's not updating its icon. God, this is just bad. This is bad at this point. All right, so what does it think? It should think it's off. Good. And then what does it look like in the game? It looks on. And it thinks it's on. Because that's a problem. So why? We call set press no signal with false. So this is going to get set to false. And we update the modulate based on whether it's pressed. Should be set to gray. Why you no do that? False, yeah. Go into this. We're in icon toggle button. This is all fine. Set press no signal should be false. And then update modulate. Button pressed here should be false. It's true because of this thing that we have, that we use the opposite value. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, I admittedly didn't put a lot of thought into that when I did that the first time, although I'm not even sure that's the problem. All right, so now we do all the same stuff and what it looks like it's off. It still doesn't. This is a big problem. All right, well, let's go change the thing I just did because I'm not sure what's wrong there. That press no signal. We're setting this to false, but then we're getting the opposite value when we do this. What did this used to be? Icon toggle button. Button press would get the opposite of whether it was pressed. Somewhere along the line, we got this messed up. Oh, is that why? Yeah, that's probably why. I hadn't thought of that. That's gonna make this even worse, right? Why don't we have auto battle on this screen? Yeah, now we can't even modify this. Yeah, that might be the issue. In which case I need some way of controlling this. It's gonna be a giant mess. It's not gonna be obvious why we do things this way. That's a good thing Kevin pointed that out though, because I was not thinking about that. All right. So the buttons at least toggle. This says the wrong state now, which means I've broken everything. What happens when the battle is just over normally? This looks fine. I flee the battle. I guess that's a problem because it's not turning off, and this is because of all the whole it's doing things backwards thing. Okay, well, how about this? How about we get it to work forwards, and then we figure out the stone themed thing next. So this overrides a Boolean for no reason, right? Button pressed. Why would we even do things this way though? Because of the underlying button state looking the way that it looked. I wonder if there's a way around this. We probably should just change the theme dynamically, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out, though. We figure out how to get the stone theme icon toggle button to look correct. We used to invert the button pressed property, but we can't do that when not using the stone theme. So I made this go forward instead of backward. This part's fine because this is toggle. I should probably call that on toggle. Keep the logic elsewhere as if it wasn't. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look in a bit. I want to get this working for the ones on the battle screen at least, because I think there's still another bug here. I think there's both a visual and a functional bug. And I can't unwind this with the way that these things are coded right now. Hey, Saltorius. Saltorius has been a month. How has your new year been going? All right, so this is off, and it says that it's off. So when I flee the battle, it doesn't do anything. And it looks off here. Now I enable this, and it clearly looks on. If I disable it, it stops the character from moving there. And then as it's on, it now says that it's on. And when we win, it does this. I can turn it off. Okay, yeah. So everything's working great here now. I can turn this off even here too, I guess, right? No, that doesn't work. You can't turn this off and actually have it operate. But why? The game is coming along. Very slow progress today. So in the instance, we have the wrong value here. I wonder if we inverted this somewhere else too, and now I'm paying the cost of that. It is possible. You start a battle through here. What's happening exactly? This says it's on. I turn this. No, that's not that. It's doing that. I turn it off through the battle, and it doesn't update at the end of the battle. Yeah, so that's the problem. Problem when auto battle is on, clicking the or toggling the button through instance.cs doesn't actually turn it off. So let's find out. When you press it, oh, is it because of that? Oh, this should be was toggled. Oh, darn it, it's toggling twice. Ooh, that should have never been there. Whoops. This is amateur coding hour, by the way. So now I'm expecting everything here to work fine. It says it's off. Let's speed this up. It says it's off. We end the battle. It never does anything. We turn it on. It ends the battle. It repeats it. We turn it off here. It shouldn't repeat it. Good. Yes, that's all working great. We can click the repeat button. Can we click this multiple times? Yeah, it never looks disabled. I guess there's no way to make it look disabled. We need a script on icon button that does that. Does icon toggle button do that? It probably does, right? No. What? I guess we can never disable this button. Yeah, we never disable this button. Let's do that highlight thing. Yeah, so we need to disable an icon button and then it should look different. Is there ever a time when we want to disable this too? I guess there is. And I guess it's when you're walking to a portal after editing your party and this is on. Yeah, it looks like it's on right now and it isn't. No, it is. It's not respecting this. Why is that? That actually worked just fine. Maybe it's walking to the portal. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, this doesn't use the new icons, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. Hey, Zachariah. All right, so what do we have? We have everything working right now except for the disabled state of the button. Icon button doesn't look disabled when it is. I think we just need to dim the icon, which means having a custom script for this that is not just button with custom children. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. So we want to make a new script here. Create new script. Icon button. Then use that in this script. Then have that inherit from whatever the last thing was. There. And now this should have special logic for handling the disabled state. Break everything here. This is in the same... Something's wrong here. Namespace is wrong, right? Should that be game? Did I mess it up somewhere else too? Shouldn't all namespaces start with the word game? 501 results. How many don't? Namespace. We have 514 instances of it. 504. Okay, so here's what we do. Check this out. We search for all of these, put them into a buffer, delete all the ones that do start with game, and we are left with 3. Test is fine, test.validator is fine, and then this, namespace Godot. Oh, I have a base button thing open. Okay, yeah, all that's fine. Okay, yeah, that was just wrong. That shouldn't have been in the namespace it was. Hey, leftist. All right, back to here. Maybe this is working. So how do we know that this thing is disabled? And does button with custom children do anything about that? It does have this here. So we need to make this virtual so that we can do something else when this is set. This seems weird. So what do we do to make this look disabled? We need to change the icon and possibly the button itself. I guess let's just print this out for right now. Set to value, sure. All right, now these are in a different namespace altogether because this always should have been game. That's easy enough to fix though. We can search for using source. Yeah, and just change this here to game.source. Okay. Can you set base.disabled from there instead of on the button directly? Or does it not allow that from property override? It should allow it. Let me see. Okay, weird. What did I what did I just do? It does have a disabled state. It's just subtle. Yeah, because when I turn this on, it disables the repeat. No, it shouldn't disable the repeat button. No, yeah. It does disable it. So it is changing it slightly. It's just not super obvious. And we should probably gray out the icon. The problem is there are going to be two things competing for graying out the icon. This has an update modulate, which is whether or not this thing is pressed. I guess we can do the same general thing here. If it's disabled, set it to gray. Otherwise, white. It's actually got to be some sort of default color. We don't even have the icon in here. All right, so this is protected icon. I guess we'll need to set this back to white as well. And then this goes in here, where we call the base ready and then get the actual icon. All right. This should be get private set. Property should not follow a method. Sure. Public should come before protected. Also sure. Okay, now what's the problem down here? I think this is just going to be most of the morning is fixing this stuff up. And like I said, it's still good to do. My whole tenet of bricklaying is what's important here. Yeah, this state's going to be screwed up. But we start a battle, we flee, we hit repeat. Then this gets disabled and actually looks disabled now, so that's pretty good, I guess. It just didn't totally look like that worked correctly. No, it did work. No, it didn't. What? I turned this on, then off, then on, then off. On, click, repeat, turn it off. And they still go in anyway. Oh, it's triggering the pressed event even if this thing is disabled. It shouldn't be doing that. And I don't know if there's an easy way to stop that. Maybe we just stop that over here. Because we are controlling that the button is disabled or not. Yeah. So if not button disabled, pressed. And the right click handler should have the same general thing happening. This is on right click pressed. Yeah. And we'll just press enter here and it should get it. Okay, so that'll fix that bug. We're going to slowly make our way through this. Now, what's nice is we are encapsulating this in classes that are relatively small that just control those buttons. So like this being here shouldn't be too bad. It's not going to pollute every user of this button. So we're going to try that same thing we had tried before. Repeat, click repeat, turn auto repeat off. Good. It no longer repros that. I'm glad, but I don't think it's going to work for this now because we still have some signals here. This listens for left click pressed, which is directly calling into this. It can't do that. Yeah, it's got to listen to on pressed. Freshly pressed orange juice. Different kind of press event. But that does sound pretty good. We got a lot of freshly squeezed orange juice when we went to Spain. Nice way to start the morning. They had these cool orange juicer machines. Can I find this? It was some like restaurant grade thing with a hopper in it. Something kind of like this. Yeah. Yeah, they just loaded in a bunch of oranges at the top, and it went through a slicer that cut it in half and then separated it into two different tracks and then squeezed both of them. It's pretty good. Hey, David. Miss Fresh Orange Juice. I don't know where you buy juicing oranges. I can only find navel oranges. And navel oranges are not very good for juice. I think that's what I'm getting, yeah. Those are in supermarkets too? Wait, really? In Spain, you mean? Because I was gonna say, I've never seen one of those myself in a supermarket. Hey, Batman. Yeah, in Spain, yeah. Yeah, neat. She did it by hand because her machine was broken. This is a great story, Lepchus. 10/10 press story. Okay, so here's what I think I'm doing wrong. Oh my God, I'm only just realizing this now. We're directly accessing the button here, but we shouldn't be. We should be accessing this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we should just be listening to the on pressed event here. Can't assign because it's a method group. Oh, whoops, I meant pressed, not on pressed. Oh my goodness, I didn't even think about that. No clue what her real name was. It was Madam Iron Hands. That was her real name. You just happened to guess it, and she's like, oh, he must know me already. Nothing out of the ordinary here. All right, this changes everything. This is, I think, the missing piece from earlier. And now I've broken everything, so who knows? Now probably nothing's going to work. Well, we'll slowly untangle this mess, and then we'll be able to move on. I see no reason why we can't get this done by the end of today, at least. All right, so I can turn this on. Then when we flee the battle, when we win the battle, I'm winning it now. It's on. I turn this off. I click repeat. I turn on auto repeat. We actually can't do that. And it didn't turn it on. Okay, yeah, it's looking pretty good. All right, that took a lot of time, and that wasn't even the task. All we did is just get icon buttons out of here, which I'm not even sure saved us any space. Like, do I have any screenshots open of what we had before? Yes, I do, and it does look like it saves space. But let's take a look. So I'm going to take a picture of this. We're going to put it into here. Let's paste this. All right, the question is, how much did we save? So it used to come down to this line. Can we just anchor this and then draw a line? I actually don't know how you draw a line in GIMP. You think it would be something obvious? All right, well, we don't need to. We can just do this. All right, so we have saved 60 pixels. That's pretty good. It's like a line of text. Yeah, it's pretty good. We could always decrease the margin on these buttons if we wanted to and save, another few pixels. I don't know if that's going to be needed. All right, I want to do that again, but I want to paste this in a better spot. There. Yeah, it just learns, and I happen to be live. Pen or brush and hold left shift. Okay. Keep opening the wrong program now. Whoa. What in the world? Oh man, I think there's no recovering from this. Yeah. There's this weird bug on Mac where when you get into this mode, there's no getting out of it, and clicking any of the buttons doesn't do anything. And now this is just broken. You can't even close, you can't even access menus or something. No, maybe you can. But I don't think there's a way to stop this. Clicking doesn't do it, escape doesn't do it.
Whoops.
You can't click anything over here. Hold control to snap. But I'm not actually trying to rotate. It does snap, but it's not letting me get out of this mode.
Whoops.
Can't even click another tab. Is there some way to like stop this from happening? I don't think so. I've tried in the past. I never figured a way out. I think we just need to close GIMP. And I think if you try clicking quit, you can't even click one of the resulting menus. Can I click discard over here? Nope, you can't even click that. Pressing R. Well, now I can't even get back to the. Oh, no, I can't get back to that. Pressing R does not do anything. Shift R. Maybe if I hold Shift. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to get out of this. Oh, we can just quit the application. Except for I can't do that. I need a Command Q. Can I not even do that? I need a force quit. Yep, because it's just going to keep triggering that. So stupid. It's so stupid. And I looked that up, and I think there's like one or two other people who have that bug. Just got here. What's going on? I got stuck in some mode in GIMP where it was just rotating forever. Yeah, maybe you're not supposed to exit. Great April Fool's joke. All right, so we need to get this working for the stone theme now. Let's go take a look at that. So it says it's off, but it really looks like it's on, and now it's on, but it really looks like it's off. So here we need to invert this. I found a way to get stuck walking to the portal. Here's a video. Let's see. Wait. Let me back up a step here. It looked like loading was slightly longer for you, but it's stuck on a black screen. That's not good. Oh, no, it doesn't take longer for you. This video is longer than I thought. Where does the problem happen? Okay, turn off auto battle for the warrior. Now open a new party. Close the warrior one. Oh, the warrior isn't walking to a battle. Oh, I know what's happening. Okay, yeah, thank you for reporting this. This is really good. Oh man, okay, let's add that to the list of things. All right. So I believe the problem is that closing a battle window will free adventurers, those adventurers, from battle. So the repro is have warrior in battle 1 in the end battle screen. Then start warrior in battle 2. But before they can walk to the portal, close battle 1. Even though they're battle because of another window. Yeah, so it should be easy to repro, I think. We just start a battle, but before the rogue can make it, we click close over here, and now they'll never make it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize. Thankfully, I guess you can cancel it and then just fix it by going back into the battle. But yeah, that's definitely a bug we need to fix. That's really good to report, so thank you. It's also probably going to be very hard to fix. Well, let's focus on this one for now, which is how do we get this to look the opposite of what it should look like? We could make an icon toggle button that inverts this stuff. I wonder what would happen if we... Oh no, it's got to actually report a different state though. And that's what's weird about this. All right, so what if we just negated both of these things? Does that fix it for the stone theme? Because if so, then we can just have that be a Boolean, like negate button press state. And then just set it in the stone theme thing. So now it says it's off. We click it, it says it's on. If we start a battle, it looks like it's on. Yeah, okay. Oh, but this says that it's off. Oh, right, because it's inverted. So when the battle's actually done, it will auto battle. Yes. But then won't this be a problem for... How does that look like it's on then? I must have had custom code inside a battle panel to negate that. Current state. I don't have custom code to negate it. I don't know how that's possible. Yeah, strange. All right, well, public bool like negate press state. So how do we do this? I guess if we've negated this, then we just do that. Yeah, sure. To do write a comment. And then we set this for the battle panel. So auto repeat button gets enabled here and just negate it. The stone theme. Is there another way we could do this? Couldn't we? Could we make a custom theme? I should look into that. Yeah, I should look into that. Because if we can make a custom theme, it's going to be better than negating this stuff, which is going to look super weird. We just need to toggle 2 panels, I think, too. It shouldn't actually be that hard. As long as they're overridable. Yeah. All right, so now it says on. We toggle this off. We start. It's off. This looks off. That's all correct. This is not correct. And then it doesn't look like it's off right now. And in fact, it never looks like it's off. Oh, maybe because it's highlighted as well? No, darn it. I want to do this. No, it just doesn't reflect that it's off properly. Somewhere we have to set this. Here, this is in init. Set press no signal. Update modulate. What? Why doesn't that work then? Let's make it look red when it's off so it's super obvious. Oh, it's just the button state. Okay, think I know what's going on. I'm not totally sure. Auto battle, turn it off. Then flee. It's off now. Oh, this is so confusing. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's off here. That's the problem. So this is not getting called correctly or something else is going wrong. Auto repeat is false. So we call into this. It updates modulate, and it should say the button press is false. It is. So it should be setting it to red. Oh, and then maybe it's also disabled. So something else is setting it to. Oh, it's this. We're setting it to be enabled. Okay, that's the problem here. We got to do something different. We got to base this on whether it is pressed as well. So that means that we need to override disabled for the toggle button. So if it's disabled, this turns gray. If it's enabled, we need to tell whether it's pressed or not. Yeah, I'll just write a private color get modulate. If, yeah. If disabled, we return gray. Otherwise, we return it based on whether this is pressed. Update modulate can now just be done from anywhere. Hides inherited member. Okay, fine. Get modulate color. I don't know. And then update this here too. This is, I think this is going to be a mess still because I think we'll eventually probably, maybe we'll never update this logic, but if we ever do update the logic, it might not be obvious what's going wrong. But now I'm guessing it's going to work fine. So we'll load the game. It'll have a red state when we finish this battle. Yes, good. Okay, that fixed that problem. So now we can change it from red back to white. Where did that red go? There it is. Or gray, I mean. We should probably also put these colors here. Protected, const. Or like off color. Colors.gray and the on color. You can't make that constant. Yep, then use these here. And use them over here. And anywhere else we use any specific color, just here. Sure, let's have this be the off color. Okay, well, we're doing it. We're making progress. So this is on, we start a battle, it's on. We go into the battle, this is on, we flee the battle. It should not be on. And it is. So fleeing still doesn't work to turn off auto repeat. Why though? And when will I be done with this? This sets button press to false, which should trigger the thing that sets this in the instance. This didn't do anything? What? Shouldn't this have some special setter? Yeah. Oh, but it doesn't do anything based on that. No, wait, it does because of this. Then it calls set pressed. No definition found. Right there. And that should trigger the signal. Yeah. Maybe we don't listen to the signal. Button pressed. It's not disabled. Huh. It should have an event. Something's going wrong then. Oh, because we only listen for left click pressed and right click pressed. Oh my god. Okay, well then we need to do this too, I think. I wonder if it's going to trigger this twice now. That might break everything. All this so that we can cheat at the game. So now I hit flee. It thinks it's off. It's not even off. Yeah, that was wrong. Now it thinks it's on. Does fleeing actually work? No. This is so broken. Do you need to negate both the get or the set or only one? That's for the stone the stone theme that we have for this one. And we're not using that button right now, so I don't think that's the problem here. And it looked like it was working fine. Hey Corvus, thanks for your short story. Shouldn't press trigger left click pressed? I'm confusion. I figured it's triggering twice. It probably is triggering twice now. And that's what I was unsure about as I was writing that out. Where did it even go? Here. So button has a pressed event. This button in this particular case is one of these. And this happens on GUI input. I wonder if this is triggered even if this thing is disabled. Probably should have stopped that from happening. Yeah, I probably should have taken a look at that. Or maybe this doesn't happen if a button is disabled. Button supporting all clicks. I'm not even sure we would check that. But yeah, I think we just get rid of left click pressed at all. Although we can't invoke pressed because it's not in this class. And that's why we did this in the first place. Could we just say button pressed? But it would need to be a toggle. Only works if toggle mode is true. Yeah, it wouldn't. How do we emit the signal for that? Emit signal pressed? Oh, look at that. So now we delete this and break all the rest of the code. This can just be pressed. And this can just be pressed. Woohoo. We got 2 weeks left before Next Fest starts up. There are some other big things I still want to tackle. But I think 2 weeks is enough time to get those things done. All right, so we start a battle. Auto battle's on. Here it looks like it's on. That's good. Flee the battle, and it still thinks it's on. So that part is bad. And what's weird too is it made them leave the portal and then. Oh, I think I know what might be happening. I think it's that the end battle screen is getting initialized correctly. This comes from auto repeat, so we must not be turning that off. Yeah, this must still be on. And as soon as we flee a battle, it should be set to off. So it's on. We hit flee. Yeah, it never gets set. Okay, so this needs to get called and isn't being called. What should call that? Flee toggle button press. Hang on a second, let me write that down. Yeah. So instance slot dot that should be called but isn't. And we got to find out why. And this is what should do it and isn't. Auto repeat There's an on toggle auto repeat. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, because this only gets called from was toggled. It used to be called from pressed. Drat. Okay, so then we need to trigger was toggled when you set this through the button itself. This listens for pressed on the icon button and calls on toggle. Then sets the button press state anyway. Is it getting disabled and preventing the signal from being emitted in the same frame? I don't think so. I think something's going wrong here, and this is just it's just very weird. I mean, we could say whether this thing is getting disabled, but I don't think it should ever get set to true. Yeah, the problem is we're mixing pressed and toggled. Oh, maybe I don't have a reason to do that anymore, though. Maybe that was caused by some other thing that I've now corrected that assumption. So was that ever set to true? No, they're all set to false. Okay, yeah, so it's not that. This is because we listen to was toggled and not pressed now. But why do we do that? Pressed is just going to call toggle anyway. This seems pointless. Oh, we did it because we needed... Oh, darn it. We needed the listeners outside of this to get this thing to happen first. All right, what if we just didn't do that anymore? Yeah, what if there was no caller of was toggled and we just listened to pressed here? This might cause some different error. I think, well, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe everything just works fine. Wouldn't that be great? All right, that is set to on. That's correct. Fleeing did not work. Still, which I find weird, because now this thing should be getting called. Button pressed is true. We set it to false. That should trigger a whole bunch of stuff. But we can't step into that for some reason. So what should that do? Should call into toggle auto battle, does it? It doesn't. So setting button pressed equal to false doesn't do that, even though we set this here, which should call the pressed event. And that is on an icon toggle button. And we listen to pressed here, which should call into this, which actually should trigger an infinite loop. So there's for sure a problem because we're not getting an infinite loop. This shouldn't be here. Yeah, there should be an icon button. Except for update modulate is here. I wonder if that's something that we should have overwritten. Yeah, probably. This is protected. We have a get modulate color. I actually think this can always be fine for these things. There's this whole concept of button press though. I guess this doesn't have that. It's just whether or not it's disabled. Okay, so fine. Off color, otherwise on color. I guess protected. Virtual color. and then update that here to be this logic. And update modulate isn't needed anymore. Sure. I mean, that was just a minor cleanup, but that doesn't actually fix any of the issues I'm running into. Now, is off color even needed in here? Yes, it is. And why does it say this is visible? It's protected. We have to, and that makes no sense. We have to like say get private set here in order for this to not be a problem, and then get rid of the read only. There is no private set though. Still says do not declare visible in field. I mean, this is a minor issue, and I could always just ignore this if I wanted to. Yeah, maybe just get. But I don't see why. Huh, yeah. I don't know why it's still complaining about that. But that's not a big deal right now. I still need to figure out why this thing isn't being called. It's just such a mess of buttons. Because I want these things to be considered buttons, but they have a button, but they need to forward all the events as though they are that button. So what is our current repro of this? Just click flee and it doesn't do anything? Yeah. This needs to be on though. This is so broken. What's weird is this looks like it's working fine, but it's not calling the function I would have expected it to call. The other thing that's weird is this doesn't disable the repeat button. This isn't even doing anything now. Oh my God. I have just, I wonder if it's worth thinking about this from the very beginning and rejecting the stuff I've been working on so far. Are we listening to was toggled somewhere? Because if we are, there's going to be a problem. Yes, we are. Okay, that's why. Because I got rid of that and now it's just pressed. And let's just comment that out so I can't make that mistake ever again. It's been 25 minutes since Luscious had BRB. Do you think he's ever coming back? Start battle. It looks like it's on. We click flee. Calls into this. It doesn't actually turn this off. Yeah, so I want to trace this and I want to find out what's going wrong here. We set the button pressed. This should call it. Oh, it doesn't because we're listening to just pressed here. That's why. We need to listen to button dot pressed here. But then that's going to cause some other issue that I ran into, right? Also, this is going to be bad. The button itself handles this. We don't need to do this. Why do we even have this here? I guess just for the modulation and that's it. I don't know what I was thinking there either. Maybe I had a reason to do that. Did we get it? Is it going to hit the other breakpoint? No. All right, let's hit flee and take a look at it one more time. We'll eventually figure this out. So we modify button pressed. We listen for it here. On toggle should be called. Oh, on toggle probably is called, and it just doesn't do anything after that. Right? No, it doesn't even do that. What? Huh. I'm I'm just missing something. Yeah. What if I toggle this myself? Does it change colors? Because assuming it changes colors and we know this is at least wired up correctly. Oh yeah, now that's getting hit. Yes, it is. Okay, great. So now it looks on, and now it should look off. It doesn't. It's not doing this correctly. Oh, I think this is the other problem I had been trying to fix, is getting this order to be correct. I just don't have an explanation for why calling this is not doing anything with this button. It's calling this setter, which is calling button pressed, and we have a listener right here. Why would that not get invoked? Changing the value will result in this, and oh, and toggled being emitted. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Wait a second. No, there's a set press no signal. That's what I'm thinking about. Set pressed no signal. You want to change a press state without emitting that signal. Okay, well then I'm just an idiot. I was wrong about this stuff. There already is a toggled event, and that's what we want to be listening for. And it's on the button, which we don't expose through here. What's storing the auto battle value? The instance slot, because it needs to be able to render it regardless of the state of the battle. Either we're in the battle and it shows at the bottom left, or we're out of a battle and it shows at in the middle of it. All right, I see what's going on. I wonder what we had before this, though, that this actually worked. When pressed, it would just update the modulate. So just call update modulate, I guess. Looks like that part was always fine. And then what? We did something different in one of these things? We only had one icon toggle button, and it was here. So it's... And this is the same. Oh, so then this is a problem with me not using the toggle button correctly from instance. I'm finally getting to this. This should be toggled or on toggle or something. And that doesn't even exist because we need to get the button to get it. How do we forward press events then? How do we do that? The button pressed plus equal on pressed. Yeah, we need a toggle thing here too. Button dot toggle plus equal on toggle. Oh man, if this is the only problem, I'll just have it write it out. It should know what I want. It doesn't. Protected. Yeah. Let me just listen for it toggled. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. No overload matches delegate because this takes in an is on, I believe. And I guess we invoke it that same way. Which means we do need to change one last thing about instance, which is that now this takes in. Oh, that's why I took it in originally. Oh my God. I was like, I'm not using this anywhere. And it's not that I wasn't using it because I had a parameter for no reason. It's that it needed the parameter because we were using toggle. Oh my God. All right. Does everything just work now? No, it can't work because we don't pass this anywhere else, do we? Oh, we never call that function anywhere else. That seems unusual, but fine. And then what, something's broken over here? No overload matches delegate. No, it should match now. It should be fine. By the way, for anyone watching right now, stream's not normally like this. Usually I move past a problem faster than this. I slept terribly the last 2 nights. I woke up at like 3:30 in the morning, and I suspect that has something to do with this right now. All right, so does it call into this function? If it does, then we're fine. Yes, hooray. All right, everything should look good. Let's test it out. You fled. Yep, this is not on. We turn it on. We can't do that. Is it because it's disabled or because I'm doing something else weird here? Icon. Oh, maybe I'm listening to the wrong thing. Because now it's a toggled event and not the pressed event. Is that what it used to be? Did it used to say toggled? It did. Yeah, wow, great. Which means that this must have taken in a Boolean. Where are we? End battle screen. It must have. Yes, it did. So put that back. And then I guess these things can be how they were originally too. So we don't even have changed code there. And then possibly the same thing here. What's weird is that we're calling this anyway. These lines would have been the same. So what's smarter to do? I guess just what we used to have. At least then it's not a diff. This is set, press no signal, and then do this. Yeah, this is a little weird. Because we want to actually change the state of the button here. Okay. Should name it underscore so it was clear it was intentionally ignored. Yeah, I'm surprised. I think there was even a linter error there. Or wait, no, hang on. Maybe there wasn't a linter error because maybe we did use it. I forgot where that came from. Let me take a look really fast. One of these it wasn't used. Toggle auto battle. Yeah, so does it not highlight this? It doesn't. Parameter should be given the lowercase letter. All right, it doesn't like that. And why is this here at all? It's done through this. Set press no signal. But okay, all right. Gonna see what this leads to. Auto battle's on. We go into the battle. It still looks like it's on. I'm gonna just turn this off. It doesn't work. What does this do? I think it's probably doing a toggle twice. Or it's just never even being hit. No, it's not working. Why not though? This should all start with icon toggle button being pressed. Like update modulate clearly isn't happening. It's not disabled. It's Is that even being hit? No. Huh. That's strange. Oh, this needs to be set to a toggle and it's not? Button supporting all clicks? No, it's got toggle mode on. I guess we're overriding what it would normally do. Emit signal pressed. Ah, yes, we are overriding it. We need to know, I guess, can we know what the toggle mode is? What is this even set to? Toggle mode dot return is toggle mode. It's a Boolean. Oh, wait. Huh. Okay, so if toggle mode, then emit toggle event. Otherwise, emit that. No argument corresponds to the required parameter, whether it's toggled on. Well, it's got to be either its current state or the opposite of that because it's a Boolean. So let's just try this and see if it works. I'm not sure if it would have changed the value already or not. 50-50 chance. Okay, well now this is getting hit. But no, I think we picked the wrong one. I don't know if this is doing anything. Probably not. So not. This is just weird. What this makes me wonder is if it still isn't working. If there's a better way to get buttons with custom children, because yeah, the way we did this, it feels like there's got to be an easier way. All right, so I'm not sure what this should be, but something else is going wrong after this, I guess. We should be listening for that toggled event, and we're not. There's pressed to update modulate, but it's not pressed, it's toggled. Is it called? Oh, I see. It takes in is on, and we just ignore that. Well, like I said, this is why we're encapsulating these things to these classes, because if this ever does need to change in the future, we should just be able to change in one class. It's still not working. Although now it might not be working because of, where is it? This not being the right thing. Maybe it needed to be. Just button pressed. Doesn't work. Still no. Still can never actually get this thing to function, huh? All right, well, let's put a breakpoint there. We click it, button pressed is false. There may be an ordering problem here. Setting button pressed in the GUI input thing. I don't know if pressed will even work normally. And nothing should be listening for pressed on this thing. At least I hope. So now this should call into update modulate. So this should get hit, but it's with the wrong button pressed. I think we need to actually change what this is. Yeah, because it's not emitting its own thing. So we need to do set press no signal to not button pressed and then pass in button pressed. Yeah, I think that's what we need. Oh, maybe that's what you were talking about. Yes, I agree. I did not understand what you were saying then. All right, now we good? We finally good? Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that. The buttons work. Wow, that took forever. Yeah, wow, that definitely took forever. I had to modify like 14 files to get a checkbox to work. Oh. Yeah, that was intense. That was really intense. I wonder if some of that can be simplified. What file is this? Button with custom children. I'll think about that. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, this code all looks pretty sane now. Yeah, it looks fine. Except for this. What's this? Main skill button not pressed. Why do we do that? Is that working the way it used to work? Can we add skill points? Yeah. Why is that pressed? Oh, because I got rid of left click pressed. It doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, of course. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, that shouldn't be checked in, but it's pretty minor. I need to write a comment for this. I need to fix some of these things up a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of little cleanup things to do, but in general, this is looking good. I want to look at icon button, icon toggle button. Yeah. All right, so we don't need this anymore. Because we had an event and I just needed to use the one from the button. Are you based when you push this? Oh boy. If you want, I don't mind rebasing. All right, so let's fix this. Public should come before protected. That's good. This stopped complaining at us when we switched things to this style. Anything in common here that we can get rid of? Like the disabled stuff looks pretty similar, right? We get button disabled, we set this, we call update module. Yeah, I don't think this is needed anymore. Thank goodness. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. This one isn't needed anymore. This should just call update modulate, right? Yes. Almost messed that up. All right, good. I knew there was some duplicated code here. Oh, all right. Final aspect of this, if I'm not mistaken, that should still go into here. So this is done. This is done. Get rid of negate pressed. What I call it? Negate press state through the theme. So we got to still do this, and we got to do the walking the portal stuff. And then we got to make sure tooltips are correct before committing. Make sure tooltips are correct on all of this stuff. All right, so modify walking to portal. That should be pretty simple. We had, oh, it's cancel? We don't have a cancel button, or an icon, I mean. And I don't know what it would look like because I would expect it to be an X, but we're gonna have an X for the close button. If we type cancel, what shows up? Yeah. That's what I would expect this to be. No, maybe we just get rid of it. Maybe you just have a close button on the walking to portal thing. Yeah, that would make sense. That sounds reasonable. Yeah. Well, we don't have a close button on this? No, of course not. Okay, well then that's something we'll do later. Let's ignore that part for now, because that can happen somewhere else. Don't we have something written about the close button anyway? Yeah, here it is. Walking to portal should not have a cancel button and should just have a close button. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Let's not do anything about that button, but then this button should definitely change. And this button should change the same way that this one did. So we just need this auto repeat button to be over there. It will need a tooltip, which this one had. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just copy paste this over here. Rename this to maybe auto 2 and rename this to 2 and paste. And we're good, except that there's a tooltip missing from here. Why didn't I copy that? Oh, strange. Well, not a problem. Then we rename this back to no2. And it should just work. No, it shouldn't just work. Because we need to rename this stuff, right? Toggle auto battle button is now no longer a button. It's whatever we did on an end battle screen. It's an icon toggle button. Yeah. But otherwise, it should be a drop-in replacement. Get node toggled. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then the tooltip. Yeah, that should just work fine. Yeah, let's try it out. Crazy, 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 crazy. Okay, so how do we do this? We need to start a battle, and now we see this, and we turn it off. And it should be turned off when they enter the battle. Good. Well, I can't flee, but I can force a win, and it's off. Yeah, good, great, cool. That's all working. Now we turn it off to begin with, and it's off. And we're in the battle, and it's off, and we win, and it's off. Wait, that something was wrong there. I did the same thing twice, didn't I? It's on. We start the battle. It's on. We win the battle. It's on. Yeah, I messed something up, but it looks like everything's working. The only thing I haven't tried is toggling it. Or maybe I did try that originally. I toggle it off. It's off. I toggle it on. It's on. Yeah, it's on. Okay, yeah, looks like everything's fine. And does cancel work? Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, that was easy. Turns out once your buttons are doing what they're supposed to do, using them is fine. That was not a BRB, Leftist. That was a BBL. So this is good. See if we can get rid of this. Make sure tooltips are correct. I'll be back later. Is that not a thing, or does that mean something else and I don't know it? Brazilian butt lift, be back later. Be back later has 883 upvotes. Brazilian butt lift has 1171. So yes, fine. Means something else now. Gotcha. That was a be back later. Yeah, let's just did get the butt lift in traffic. Is there a place to share feedback? Not the kind you include in the menu, but like I found XYZ a little confusing. By the way, love my playthrough of it. Nice, Otterbot. You have two options. So one is if it is like super quick, you could just do it on Twitch right now. Two, if it's even like, let's say more than, I don't know, 200 characters, or you think it's gonna be a lot longer, probably Discord's the best bet for that. I think maybe these buttons can be in the top left of the battle window in line with close opposite. You're talking about the walking to the portal ones? The only button is really the repeat button. So you might be talking about the end battle screen. Let's take a look at that one. Oh, I clicked. I right clicked. I meant to left click. Yeah, here we go. Oh no. Oh my God. I thought I was pasting in a GIMP. I lost the other screenshot. So give me a sec. What is the shortcut for this? V. Why is this not working? Oh, weird. Because of this dialogue, I didn't see. Eek. Looks like GIMP recovered from a crash. I don't think any of them really mattered, but sure, let's click recover. There was one that I wanted, which had all the battle windows next to each other. Is that still there? Yeah, here it is. All right, so all we need to do is get a screenshot of this. And then paste that and move it a bit. All of them during battle and battle. I don't know how to look. Yeah, hey, true round. Yeah, I want to draw a line. I got stuck. All right, so what Kevin is suggesting is, I think, what if we moved these up to here? What happened to my image? What's going on? What in the world just happened? How did that disappear? Anyway, we move these up to here, and then this goes, let me just draw some arrows. So this goes up to here, and then this, we use a different color, goes up to here. And then both of these go up here, and this turns into an X symbol. So it's still going to be there, which is probably confusing. So would that be good? Yeah. Maybe that's fixed in GIMP 3. I didn't even know there was a GIMP 3. I'm on GIMP 2 like a loser. GIMP 3. Oh, well, they're only on RC2. They don't have a final release yet. Well, maybe the release candidate is still better than what we're using. Because, yeah, one of the things I don't like about GIMP is text is so slow and unwieldy. It's like, I want to write some text in here. So this is a test of the text feature. And just positioning it is like, it's just a mess. Like, I want to move the whole thing. I don't know how you do that. This could entirely be user error. But changing the font too, it's like, why is this defaulting to that one? Why can't it just pick this? Which I keep having to repick for some reason. Did it somehow change the default? Oh, is it because I got to change it over here? That's another thing I don't like. I got to select the text. And it doesn't just select it. There's a whole bunch of weird things. Need to use the move tool. I don't like this. Oh, I can't redo the correct way. Redo pencil. Can the adventurers walk in place within their box on the walking to portal screen? Yeah, they could. I think it would make it look a little strange when they're static in all the other instances. Oh, move tool will click on the letters and probably not in the transparent area. So you got to like exactly click on the letter. We could try that though. I'll write that down. Try moving all of the battle icons to the upper left other than close. This would be even when you're in a battle. See, that's the big problem here, I think, is that text goes up from the characters. So when you have a character up here and it floats upward, it might start colliding with the buttons. Like I do something like this. And I go to this final area and just send a bunch of people in. So yeah, imagine if you had the buttons right here. All of this would either have to cover the buttons or go under the buttons. So I imagine they'd have to cover it. Maybe that wouldn't be too bad. As long as you know the buttons are there. It's not like you can click here. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Paj. Paj, check it out. Look at this little skeletal hand. When you click and drag the camera, it grabs the camera. Same thing with items. You click and drag. Look at that hand. And when you hover over it, it turns into a gloved hand, so you know you can click something. Yeah. And we have new NPCs. And a new guild. The wavy flag. And some other probably minor changes. Late game, nah. Early game balance, nah. Hand physics. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the demo is as polished as possible. So that means late game we're definitely not going to touch. Early game balance I think is probably worth doing a little bit, but I've watched a lot of people play the game and they look like they're having fun. And actually also the stats are, whoops, I don't know what I just went to. Oh, I went to the right thing. The stats are pretty good for this. If you take a look at this, the median play time is 57 minutes. And I would have said that the demo is, yeah, about an hour. I think most people are probably beating it after like 45, 50 minutes maybe. So I think people are getting past the early game such that there isn't really a problem there. And number of unique users have gone up to 322, which is not a ton since I last recorded this. So it was, what, 18 in the last 4 hours? So it's like 4 per hour, one every 15 minutes. Yeah, anyway, I think things are going pretty well there. I actually wonder if there's going to be an uptick in traffic because it is Friday. We don't show up in a better spot yet, do we? I don't think we ever will. I think this gets updated every few hours, it seems. Or maybe it only seemed like it got updated every few hours and it's actually real time. But there was just more dust to settle back then. Yeah. That'll be up to 323. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, I think all these little things, it's like people have been commenting on a lot of like, hey, you're using a bunch of different fonts. Like the title screen, we had a different font in these buttons. It's like, okay, that's just one little thing that now you won't be focused on, and you'll be able to just play the game and enjoy it. Also, we're working on getting a new set of town hall images, but we only have the old one for now. I will show you what it looks like. Oh wait, I can't do that, can I? No, I can't do that. You ever done open all the time? You don't need to, because I need to get everyone to be on board with that so that we have like plus 50 at any given time, and I don't think it's worth doing. I wonder though what the concurrent maximum player count for these other demos is. Like the top game, is it, 500 concurrent players, or is it a more achievable like 125 or something? What number would I even be trying to hit? Because yeah, if it's something like 70, I think that would be achievable. But if this is 5,000 or whatever, there's no way I'm getting that number. All right, where do we leave off? See if we can get rid of negate state. We could do this in a separate commit though. Oh yeah, make sure the tooltips are correct. That's pretty important. Let's take a look at that. Man, I'm happy we moved past these stupid icon issues. We actually still do have one icon issue, which is semi-related. Excuse me, which is that these look blurry. We gotta eventually fix that or move them to a different layer or something. Hey, Distortion. Wishlisted, game's looking good. And streams helping me stay productive on my own project. I'm glad to hear on all counts. I do feel like this has become a haven for people who want to be productive and not have any sort of variance in audio. It's mostly just me talking. There's very rarely like music playing or anything else. No real loud sounds. Yeah. Actually just come here to work on my videos. Nice. Nice. Or to type a bunch of distractions. Hey, we all need a break. Hey, Colgate. I'm also working on my project while having you on my second monitor. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think I am probably going to need to shift into more of like like what I'm doing, but without me looking over at chat as we move into next fest. Because I wonder if more people will be in the stream. I'm not sure. Here's the top game and demo stats. Oh my goodness. 2,500 players. Okay. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. Thank you, Xanis. Am I adding in terrifying jump scares? I have an April Fool's idea, but I have not developed it yet. And I don't know when I'm going to find the time to do that. And I don't have a backup. Does this show for Skeleseller? Skeleseller demo. It doesn't? Charts? How do they get this information? Scraping mostly? Oh, from people who have public profiles and are saying like, I'm playing Skeleseller right now? So this might be under-reporting, but it can never over-report? Wait. All-time peak 4 days ago. Yeah, this has to be under-reporting. Because don't I have the stats? I think it's in here. Lifetime, no, not that one. Current players is 10. View detailed player breakdown. What does that show? Hang on a second. Wait, no, it looks like it is accurate. Maximum daily peak concurrent users 17. And what did that page show? All-time peak was 20. It does over-report? How would that be possible? 9.5. What if I click that? know what that's supposed to do. And it's concurrent users, and that's what they base that on? Okay, well, anyway, doesn't matter. Not sure scraping anything. So you can just get that information for any game? That's pretty interesting. I really should probably bookmark that. Let me write myself a note. I'll make a site search for SteamDB. Okay. Oh, oh my God. All right, what are we doing? Looking at tooltips. Let's go take a look. It says when enabled, this will automatically start new battles. It does not say whether it's enabled or not. When enabled, this will automatically start new battles. Here it is. And does this show anywhere else? Yes, it does. Okay, both of these should probably be using the same thing. I just want to say what the current state is, which is very easy to do. And it'll be on a new line. Do we have this anywhere else? No, we don't. Okay. Just paste this into both of these, I guess. Eventually, it's all going to be the same string anyway. All right, bool on or off. This is not even how this works. Cannot implicitly convert type. Okay, and then the same thing over here. I know the copy pasting of this means I probably should be consolidating this, but I'm not going to do that right now. Eventually, these are going to get localized anyway, and that's more of a time to do that. Probably spend some time in March doing that. There's 1,000 between position 1 and 2. Then number 3 is 56. Are you kidding me? Wait, so we could actually try to be in the top slot? Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, I need everyone to do me a favor right now and open up Steam. You get hats for a pet, just saying. Yeah, well, maybe we'll have a hat for a snake in the game at some point. All right, so open up Steam and go to library, and you should see Skeleseller there already because you dutifully downloaded and played it. But if you don't, then download it and play it. Are we on a beta branch? No, we're not. All right, update. All right, I'm leaving this open at least on my own machine. For real though, I think wish listing the game is really important. So if you haven't done that, I think that would be helpful. But yeah, I should at least be leaving this open because it would be a shame. I mean, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm torn because the game is only really supposed to be played for an hour. Probably some of these other idle games have a little bit longer play time, maybe. And also, what would being in slot number 3 do for us? Would it give us like a million more wish lists? Maybe. Maybe. All right, so I just fixed up the tooltips. Let's move this all the way over to the side so I don't confuse it. It increases visibility, but what's the impact on wish lists, I wonder? You know, if I think I got like 80 yesterday, would I get 300 or would I get 90? I don't know. I'm guessing it is probably closer to 300. Oh, that didn't update. That's the real problem here. We need to update this every single time you toggle the button. We must listen for that. Auto repeat button, auto repeat toggled. Okay, so there's that one. And I'm walking to portal. This needs to get updated too every time you change this. All right. Private void update auto battle tooltip. There. Lots of people to wish list don't even play the demo. No, I don't think that's what the stats are showing me at least. It was lots of people downloaded the game without even playing it. But the number of people who played is wait, no. Sorry, yeah, you're right. You're right. But remember, many of those wish lists came before there even was a demo. So all there was a Steam page. Yeah. Okay. Let's make sure these toggles are working. Currency on, off. Great. And then walking to battle needs to do the same thing. Off, on, off. Yeah, cool. Even if they don't play, it means the listing is very important. Yes, probably. Yeah. I shouldn't say probably. Like if instead of going to Steam and seeing banners for Idlerfest, you just saw a banner for Skeleseller, there'd probably be hundreds of thousands of impressions on the game. I don't want to play a game. I just want to make the video. Curse you, video games. I think that's a good signal for the video you're making, though, right? Like, I don't even want to finish this game. All right, I'm trying to adjust my chair so that this is proper here. Good, cool. We're all set. How do you plan to market the game further down the line? I am not totally sure. I think I need to rev up the social media engines now, and I need to get more streamers on board with playing the game. But one thing that has been pretty nice, and this didn't really happen with Botland at least, is that some people that I've never even met and didn't talk to at all are already making Skeleseller videos. So like this person's got 1,400 views on their video. That's pretty good. 400 views from this person. This says no views, but they're probably like 15 or something. And then this is kind of interesting. There's an AI video where they show Steam trailers and they have AI read the Steam description. So all they're doing is you see this like who hires adventurers to collect loot, blah blah blah. That's just my Steam text that I wrote. And an AI voice is reading this out, which is why the captions look like it's a person talking, but it's not. And someone actually commented on this video. If you take a look at this, Skeleseller looks good. Thank you so much. I should give this a thumbs up. It does look good. Hey, Jeffrey. A ton of explain your indie game in 15 seconds tweets that sometimes pick up and get a lot of views. Yeah, every time I've tried tweeting about game stuff, it has never really gotten any traction. So, this was one of those things where, oh, just keep doing it and there's like a 70% chance. So, 2 or 3 times you'll probably get it right. I don't think it's like that though. I think there's like a 1% chance this sort of thing gets picked up. Maybe it's not even that high. And I'll do it, 4 or 5 times and I'll get no success. So that's why I think it's about being consistent, like testing a bunch of different things out. And there's still development to be done in the game. If I were in like full on marketing mode, that might be a little different. But I feel like I can't really afford that time right now. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah. And like I said, if I were just doing marketing, I would take all of those shots. But I'm doing development and that I only have so much time in the day. So it's like I could spend 3 hours experimenting with marketing. And then, yeah, I would be tweeting. I would be signing up for different platforms. I'd be trying different videos and stuff. Am I doing this full time or part time? I'm doing this full time, yeah. But like I said, it's mostly development time I'm spending because I think making the demo good and making it so people want to make videos and talk about it, I think is important. And recently, as in maybe last couple of years, I'd say the prevailing school of thought around marketing a game is that the game should be as good as possible. And then everything else just sort of fits into place. And part of the reason they're saying this is because think of how many platforms nowadays just do things based on algorithms. Like, how many YouTube videos do you find just because they're on your homepage and the thumbnail looked good? As opposed to you searching for, okay, I want to watch a video on this topic from this person. And that's how it works for Steam a lot of times too. If I go to Steam right now and I'm just looking for a new game, this little block here, I'm not logged in right now, but this little block is kind of customized to your interest. So you scroll through this a little bit and you're like, oh, that looks like a cool game. Let me check this out. And all of a sudden you've spent $20 or $30 or something. So like Valve is incentivized to get you to see games you like on here. And you are probably going to look at this more than like scrolling down for 4 pages or something. So yeah, that's why they say like if your game is good, if people play it, if they engage well with it, and then they review it, then that's going to be the biggest marketing engine you can get. Hope it's something we see more of on every platform. Yeah, I'm torn. I think what I want is for YouTube to push good content. And the size of the content creator doesn't matter to me too much. But I've heard people say this about Twitch for a long time. Like, I want to see more from small streamers. I have watched quite a lot of Twitch, and I've sought out small streamers who are playing games, and a lot of times it's not good quality streams. So if it's a small streamer who's good, yeah, by all means they should be put on the platform, right? But from a platform perspective, you're there to make money. And what's going to make you money? Is it a small streamer with questionable quality? Is it a small streamer with good quality? Like, I think anything that just keeps people engaged by whatever metrics you care about, either interacting with ads or subscribing or donating money, something like that. Hey, Max Flow. I mean, it's always the new and trending Steam list. Solely purchased on Steam review ratings. I find out about games through different means. Like, I was watching Very Dave yesterday, and he's playing, what's it called? Monster Hunter Wilds. And I know Monster Hunter exists, but I'm not paying attention to what the new launches are. So it's like, okay, I found out about this game now. And then, yeah, typically I'll go to Steam. I don't know if it's on Steam. Yeah, it is. And then typically I'd look at reviews, but this game hasn't launched yet, so there are no reviews. So I might not find out through Steam proper, but then I will almost always go to Steam and look through their reviews. I say a lot of low quality bad streamers and look at me. Look directly in the camera. Zoom in on pies. Oh, you're back to streaming. I will have to catch one of your streams. All right, tooltips looked correct on everything. I don't think I tested them on literally every case, and there aren't that many. So this was another one. Yeah, and then the only other one we have is over here. So if I turn this off and I save the game and I load, it should be off, and it's not. That seems like a problem. Oh no, this is just wrong. It always says on right now. Oh, well, that's a bad thing. Current state. From battle panel. On or off is whether the button is pressed. I bet if we didn't do that whole negate button presses thing, it'd be opposite, but it would at least change. Whereas right now it's not changing. This is why I don't want to be doing some weird negation thing here. No, it's not changing. What did I mess up? You need to use toggled here too instead of pressed? Oh, wait, yeah, why is that pressed? What happened there? It was pressed before this. Why though? Probably just because we didn't emit toggled? I don't know. Yeah, but that's probably correct. I don't think that Steam top demo feed is live. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see. Well, I'm glad we took a look at that. Off, on, off. Okay, so I turn it off, I save, I load. It should still be off. It is not. So something's going wrong there. Is it the save file? library, save. Whoops. Auto battle. It's saved correctly, so it's not loading correctly. And we try loading it here. Set press no signal to enable the auto battle. I wonder if it just needs to be that we set this to pressed without the whole no signal thing. Button pressed equals this. I'd be kind of surprised if that were necessary. Oh yeah, wait, maybe it's because of the, no, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why that's happening. So we load, and yeah, now it's off. How did that fix that? Okay, now it's on. We save and we load, and it's on. Yeah. Did that fix that? What would that have done? It would have called into whatever handler we have for the toggle here, which would have set the start button state, which would have changed the tooltip, but the tooltip wasn't the problem. Oh, I think I know. I think we need to override set press no signal. Wait, we are overriding it. What? What's going on then? I'm missing something. Yeah, I don't get it. Huh. This used to just be set press no signal. And load would get called before init. Right? Battle panel dot init and then load game. Yeah, weird. Huh. I don't know how that change would have mattered, but if it were to matter, it would have to be through calling the start button state. So let me try something here. So this is the working code. This works. And the not working code was this. And then if we, oh, we do call set start button state though. Man, I don't get this. There's something else going on here. What is it? Yeah, it's just set start button state. What? Oh, maybe the negate press state isn't taken. Oh, it isn't. It isn't. This is why this is so stupid. Yeah, because only when we go through this property will we consider whether we've negated the press state. Wow, that's something. All right, so then technically the correct way to do this would be make this virtual, override it in the child class, and we don't need to change that line of code, which I don't like this, but this is why I want to delete this eventually. Yeah, we pretty much need to figure this out. This is stupid. If we can fix this, then stop making this virtual in icon button. All right, so it's got to be virtual here so that in icon toggle button, it can be done like this, override. And then what does it have to do? It's got to set this to this based on whether this thing is set. Oh, so stupid. So stupid. Yeah, so stupid. But that should fix the problem. And now we go back to battle panel and the previously non-working code should now be working. I like that shirt a lot. Thank you. I bought 3 new shirts, but I haven't ironed them yet. And I got them like weeks ago. I've never worn them because I haven't ironed them. I got to do a ton of ironing this weekend. It takes me so long. All right, so this is on, save and load. Should still be on. Now it's off, save and load. And it's off, yeah. All right, that fixed that. Okay, so let's check this stuff in. What a day. What a day. This stuff's all fine. This just has to do with modifying the scene, and I generally don't care what the scenes look like if the code is working. Although, actually, icon toggle button should be pretty basic now, right? Yeah, it's 10 lines. All right. Yeah, looking good here. What about this? So far, so good. Yep. Why was this done? To update the tooltip? Yeah. Okay, yeah. This is good. Getting there. What about this? So far, so good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Fine. This we can't check in. I'm not going to revert it yet, though. Also, if I accidentally check it in, I put this inside of a debug flag, so I guess it'd be okay. Leftist, thanks for the resub. Rather work on Skeleseller for hours and hours when it comes to ironing. Don't know about that. Yeah, well, like I said, it takes me a long time to do it. So usually I wait until there's a phone call I want to make. And even then, sometimes I just don't have the energy to do it. All right, we're going to get to some linting errors pretty soon. They should all be very straightforward to fix. But yeah, so far all this stuff is looking fine. And I need to write a comment somewhere. This is all good. This is good too. Yeah, so this is the file that's messed up. Icon toggle button. And that's it. We just gotta go fix that. Icon toggle button. This is stupid and hacky. It's so that themes like it's so that visual themes like the stone theme will look disabled when they're actually enabled. And yeah, and vice versa. I'm sorry. I'm not writing that. This is because how does this look? Wait, what? Yeah, why? Why is it gotta be this way? Oh yeah, typically when a toggle button is pressed, it looks darker because the button, yeah, is down. However, for icons, that makes it look like the feature is off. Yeah. Gotta get out of here. I've answered the iron. All right, don't declare. Why is this even public? Oh, I see. Because this should have been a get set. And now what? It's going to tell me some other stuff is wrong here. Let's rebuild. It's giving me a bunch of warnings about this stuff, though. Complete the task. Complete the task. Do not declare. Okay, so everything in icon toggle button was messed up before. And we had an extra to do. So there should be one warning if I'm not mistaken. No, there it is. No, that's an error. I forgot us. I added a semicolon when I shouldn't have had one. Let's clear this. Is that this button? Kill terminal. No. Wasn't there a clear button up here? Clear. I thought there was an icon for that. There probably is an icon for that. You know, overall, I really do like game development. You run into days like today where you struggle on something that ideally takes you 10 minutes and it takes 14 times longer. This is the only to-do list item that we have now. And this is because we don't have icons for what exactly? Town perks? Yeah, that's right. All right, we can finally check this in. Everything other than town. use icons for battle screens. This was intense. I needed to make icon. Oh, what should I say? Something like the flee button already had an icon, but it couldn't apply margin on its own. So we needed to split icon toggle button into two. Icon toggle button and icon button. Then, why was getting toggling to work hard? We had checkboxes before. Oh, yeah. Then converting our, I think it was a checkbox. What was it? Should see it here. Yeah, check button. Then converting our check buttons into icon toggle buttons was a bit of a nightmare due to event handling. The one functional change, I think there was only one, is that fleeing doesn't require confirmation now. That was mostly so that we don't need to render text in an icon button. Entire afternoon yesterday was Docker problems. Made a 20-minute task take like 2 hours. Your afternoon ended at 2 p.m. Does Command K clear there? I'll have to take a look in a sec. Yeah, I feel your pain. I think what it really comes down to is misaligned expectations. A lot of times I start a day and I think I have energy, I have tasks that I want to do, and I have time to do them. So it's the perfect storm. And then it goes south. And I think, but I started today with all the right intentions. And that's why I'm trying to change my mentality to say, look, this is just the development process. Sometimes things don't go as you expect. And you think, oh, that was a waste of time. But I don't think you should look at it like a waste of time. I think you should look at it as no matter what your circumstances were, you probably would have still run into those issues and you needed to overcome them somehow. So you spent time to overcome them. And even if it seems like you didn't make progress, you spent some of that time. And enough trying things that won't work will eventually lead you to something that will work, or a workaround, or dropping the problem saving for later. But it's all moving you forward. Hey, Type 10. You ever decide to re-add the confirmation? Can just be a different button that you hide or show? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right, so now let's try what Kevin had suggested, which is pressing Command K here. No, it doesn't clear it because it's half of a chord. Do I have experience with AI for coding? I use Copilot, if that's what you're talking about, but other than that, no. And I don't tend to use it for more than just kind of autocomplete stuff. I think a lot of people pop up this dialogue and they say something like, code me a program to some a list of numbers or something. I don't know. And it'll write code for this. But for anything other than very minor features, I just don't feel like this is that helpful. Can you tell my boss that? He earnestly believes the lines of code equals the amount of time or effort spent on a task. Yeah, it's pretty backwards thinking, in my opinion. And I get how someone would believe that. It's like, as a coder, if you never produced code, yeah, you'd have pretty much no impact. Programs would never get written. You'd never have an application or a website or a service. So yeah, sure, you do need code at some point. But the quantity of that code is not the metric that's important. It's how high is the quality of the product that you get. And maybe how rapidly that's getting done, which is not necessarily related to lines of code. Works for me on Mac when the terminal is focused. Maybe I said that myself, forgot. Possibly. Do you use chords for anything else with Command K? Because I use it for a lot of things. Like, let's say I have a word, I can do Command K U in order to make it capital, Command K L to make it lowercase, K T to make it title. And then there's like a whole bunch of other things I use it for. Command K Q to go to the last edit location and stuff. Been a dev for literally 15 years. I can't understand how he thinks this way. This is sort of like anyone else who thinks something that's against their best interest, which does happen. I think people just get convinced about certain things, or they don't introspect, or there's just a blind spot for them. And I think one of the tough things about that is convincing them that they might be wrong about something, because not everyone is ever looking for feedback or handles it well. And I think it's like a foundational thing as a person, no matter what realm you're in, try to handle feedback. Like, you shouldn't fly off the handle if someone's like, "Hey, you could code this better." By the way, if I as a streamer ever fly off the handle, it's because 100 people are telling me I can code something better. I try not to fly off the handle even streaming. Might be catching something. What are the symptoms? Hey, never dark. It involves old world thoughts, not trying to keep up with changes in programming. Yeah, how's it going, Type 10? Okay, so this is super important. I want to see if we can do this. And I don't think it should be hard, but I don't know for sure. We got to go into the stone theme, which is apparently not called stone theme, stone panel theme, and then find buttons. Here they are. And then find their states. So we have a normal state and a pressed state. Here's the normal one. Here's the pressed one. I think we just flip these. And I think everything should be fine. What is hover? Hover makes it, well, hover might be a little bit tough. I don't know how that should work. Maybe it should always look that way. Focus is just the border. Disabled is that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just switch pressed and normal. And I think we're good. Is there a way we could do this for a single button? Because we only need it for one button. And it's on battle panel. Here is the button. Here are the theme overrides. And here are the styles. Yeah, we should just be able to change this, right? Well, well, well. All right, well, we got to make sure that they match. So this one is called Stone 2, and this one is called Stone 2. Oh, they're both Stone 2. They just have different modulates. I think that's it. Yeah, so all we need to do is change the modulate for that, but that's probably not something you can actually do. You probably have to do everything all at once. So pressed is going to be stone. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. New style box texture. And then texture is stone 2. And then we got to change a bunch of properties here. That kind of sucks. Hey, Trexel, do you have a normal job as well? I do this for a living. Yeah, I was just reading that command to make sure it tells you everything you might want to know. And I think it's good. Yeah. And hi, welcome to the stream. I got used to after years and years of code reviews, then eventually you become what initially annoyed you when the new associate shows you their code, circle of life. Wait, what? You got used to what? Because I think like the ideal situation is whatever issues you might have had, again, in any realm of your life, like let's say you, whatever, like don't take care of dirty dishes or something like that. When you eventually overcome that problem or that issue, you have some increased sensitivity for other people who had that problem or issue. And I don't find this to be true for a lot of people, but I feel like it should be. I feel like if you know it took you 10 years or whatever to learn that thing when it comes to coding, then when someone else struggles with that thing, you'd be like, oh, well, it took me 10 years. So yeah, if it takes them 12 years, that's normal. Dealing with feedback. Oh yeah, yeah, I see. Yeah. 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 I guess it's just a different vantage point. Maybe you learn how that thing came to be. I just started programming, want to be a game maker. Nice. Yeah. Feel like there's never been a better time to make games, but there's never been a worse time to sell games. I only just thought of that now. Like we have all the resources in the world to make them. It's probably cheaper than it's ever been to get into. It's easier than it's ever been to make good quality games. And yet when you finally have the game and you're like, okay, here you go, market. How do you feel about this? That's when it's abysmal. All right, so can we copy this? Because if we can copy this, this would be a lot easier. We could save, oh, we could save this. That's kind of interesting. And we can just load that. I kind of want to do that. Resource can't be saved. Okay, fine. I don't want to do that. Can we copy it? Yeah, we can copy it. All right, so I want to paste that here now. Good. And then I want to copy this one and paste it here. Okay. And then we delete all the negate stuff. So this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. This class is looking a lot cleaner, except for I apparently could not have deleted that. So whoops. Why is this here? I don't think this needs to be here. I'm gonna comment this out, but I'm pretty sure it's unnecessary. All right, we don't need this. I'm just calling it the base class, right? Set press no signal. Yeah. Any other negate press states? No. All right, let's try running. Not as harsh. Yeah. I think that's good. I think feedback over text is pretty tough because you don't have the tone of the person, and unless you know them. Like one of the things I always wonder, so if you type the credits command, you'll see who's working on the game, and the people who touched the code mostly have been Kevin and Darkstorm. And I always wonder, and I could just ask, and I could literally just ask right now, but they've heard me talk quite a lot because I stream and they watch the stream. But when I type something, do they read it in my voice? Do they understand that I don't mean it in a bad way or anything? Because sometimes I type things a little bit tersely, and I always wonder, is this being taken the right way? And every once in a while, I'll realize it could be taken the wrong way, and I'll write something like, "Look, this is, tone doesn't travel over text. I don't mean this in a bad way. Here's why I'm saying this." You read it in my voice. What are you reading? Are you in our code? Yeah, if I said something like this piece of code sucks, I think that would be, doesn't matter if you're reading in my voice, that probably doesn't help. All right, so it's off, we turn it on. Yeah, I think that works. Are those the same background color? They look different for some reason, but I think they're the same. Where's the, oh, I'm zoomed in. 9D, 9C, 9D, 9C. Yeah, they're the same. Okay. I know you might be like, why not just use your eyes? But my eyes don't work. Oh, there. It's happening again. Why is that? Oh, because the hover state. I see. That's the hover state. And the icon is just too dark for you to be able to see this, I guess. I don't like that. Can you modify? No, I don't like that. We'd have to we'd have to dynamically change the icon when you hover over this. That's not that hard to do. We could do that. Yeah, because otherwise it's not really readable. Maybe we just, it's going to change the color though if we do that. I don't know what to do about this, but this looks bad. There's like no contrast here. So there are only two ways we can get contrast. We change the background or we change the foreground. So I think I think we should change the foreground and just make this darker when you hover over it. Yeah. We have successfully changed this stuff though. I think that's good. It's now easier for me to understand how to read or interpret others' comments. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's a good skill to have. And I'm not saying I'm perfect at any of this stuff, but it's something I try to keep an eye on. I think all of this stuff gets exacerbated by any extra stress you have in your life and a lack of time. I think it was Mark Twain who wrote some gigantic letter and said, I would have made this shorter, but I didn't have the time. And I feel that. I just, my initial thoughts are verbose and I want to make it succinct, but it's like, well, you got to spend another 5 minutes polishing it. Negate, press state. This was super hacky anyway. Oh, I should write a comment for this. Note, icon buttons should, I guess, like if you want icon buttons to look pressed when they're toggled on, you should modify the theme for that button to swap its pressed to normal textures. Yeah, perfect. Anyone ever tried AI that adjusts tone? I haven't, but I imagine it'd be pretty good at that. Yeah, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Yeah, that's exactly it. Super hack anyway, we now change the theme, which means way less code. Well, not really way less. How much did it get rid of? It's a decent amount less. Yeah, I'll say way less. So I spent 2 hours writing those notes I gave you. Oh man, I don't mind reading the unfiltered. I feel bad, James. You're nervous doing the video and you took a bunch of time doing this. I do really appreciate it. But I also would have been happy getting just the unfiltered, here's my brain spew. Because by the way, that's what a lot of other people do. And in fact, one person just released a bunch of, they shared feedback in the forum and they had a bunch of words typed out and it looked like this. And then they said, oh, just realized I can press enter in this form. Sorry about that. So you could tell it was just their stream of consciousness. Like, here's everything I think. And then, oh, whoops, I could have made paragraphs. They didn't go back and fix it. They just said, sorry about that. And then kept going with paragraphs. So I get feedback like that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I recognize this is your stream of consciousness. And there's some value in that. And there's some value in the polished thoughts too. Hey, Bombadil. Tell me what this game's about. Yeah, sure. So there's some extra information if whatever I say does not answer your question here, but it's called Skeleseller and it's a town management game, and it is what I would call semi-idle. So in a true idle game, you would probably just like sit there and watch a whole bunch of stuff happen, and you can kind of do that in this game, but in general, you're going to be controlling the game for at least the starting bit of it, which is all we really have right now. And the way it works is you send adventurers into battle. So here we have our little rogue walking in the portal, and they do battle automatically. And whoop, trying to show you the battle. And then when you win the battle, you get items from that battle. So here we have a potion, and you sell this potion in your shops. And so these little customers can come over and buy it. And then you can use that to upgrade your town and, you know, eventually do battle better, unlock new adventurers, go to different places. And yeah, so we're working on improving the demo in whatever way we can. And we just got these icons in the game. And yeah, it's looking decent. I've got to do one other little thing. It's going to be lunchtime pretty soon. So this is done. And now why can't I click this? I want to change the foreground color of icon toggle button when hovering over it. And it's disabled. Make the icon darker. Okay. Do you run any sort of home server? Yeah, I have a mini PC and I did a video on it. It's not really hosting a whole lot, although that stuff tells you what it's hosting. Foreground color icon toggle button. All right, so somewhere we keep track of off color and on color. We need like an off color when hovered and disabled. No, off color. No, this wouldn't even go here. It'd go here. And it'd just be private. off color. It's just a private read only color. Off color when hovered and no, that's what I want. And we make this black, I guess. And then we need to know when you've hovered over this button. Get modulate color. Can we know that you've hovered over the button? Is there some is hovered? Wow, that's great. Wow, that's really great. Cannot convert method group. Apparently it's not a property. Modifier read only is not valid. What? I don't understand how colors work apparently. Color cannot be declared const or read only. Can I just do this and not have it hate me? Should begin with an underscore. Okay, that doesn't complain. Nope. Oh, wait. Extract this nested ternary into an independent statement. Sure, I don't care. It doesn't know how to do that. So I'm just trying to think of what we name this. When it's pressed, we use that. I guess not pressed color. Statement should not use unnecessary parentheses. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Oh, static read only. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Did you do the row programming game? Yeah. That was me. I worked on Botland way back when. Upgrade for picking up multiple items at once or a radius. I think it would be hard to do because we don't know what your goal is with those items. So like, let's say you had all these items. We have weapons, armors, and potions all within a small radius. So like, let's say you click here and you picked up 9 of them. I guess if you dropped it on any shop, it could filter it to all of the shops you want to put them in. Yeah, I could see something like that. I'll write that down as an idea. Why don't I show the YouTube chat? So it's Twitch policy that if you show YouTube chat and someone says something bad, that you're responsible. But if you show Twitch chat and someone shows something bad, it's Twitch's fault. Well, it's not their fault, but they're not gonna ban you for that apparently. But yeah, if it's another platform, then at least this is what a Twitch staff member told me a while ago. What was I gonna do? Write this down. Yeah. The items should push each other away so they don't sit on top of each other. Yeah, they should probably do that a little bit more than they do. They do that already? I forgot how that works right now. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, item ideas. This could work. We could make it so that you pick up all types of items in a radius, then dropping it on a shop would put them in the appropriate shops. I think that could be interesting. You have a Steam page yet? Yeah, we even have a demo. Change the Steam link. Yeah, that's a good idea. Try the newest demo here. Okay. All right, so is this working? It turned black. I think I messed this up. When it's hovered, off color when hovered. Otherwise off color. What? It's not hovered right now. Why is that even turning gray? Turns true if the mouse has entered the button and has not left it yet. Okay, let's print this out because I'm positive that that thinks that it's on when it isn't. Oh, we don't. Oh, I know what's going on. We're not calling a function to do this. It's gotta get updated when you hover over this. Yeah, my bad. Button dot mouse entered update modulate and update modulate. Yeah, and then delete these things. I don't know if this is gonna look a little confusing. Hopefully it doesn't. It's not even working. It's doing the opposite of what I want. I don't understand how that's possible though. If you're hovering over it, we should set it to black. Huh. Yeah, people probably don't realize that the live stream on Steam, or maybe they do. I don't think anyone really watches it through Steam anyway. I think if you were going to watch, you'd watch on a different platform. I have chat showing on my other monitor, but no one said anything. No one usually says anything in the stream. And like I said, I don't know how many people are or have audio or could hear this. So they get updated afterwards. So weird. I'm not sure because it does feel strange that mouse entered wouldn't already know that you're hovering over this thing. I mean, we could just keep track of it ourselves. It's the opposite of what we want, though. I feel like we just do this. It works totally fine. Which doesn't make any sense. I'll have to search through the Godot issues on that. Mm. Oh, we shouldn't make it black. We should change the color of the gray. But I want to just change this completely. I think what we're gonna do is this. We'll have a private void on mouse entered is mouse over equals true. And then update modulate and on mouse exit sets it to false and updates it. And then this uses is mouse over. And then we store this here and run that. Feel like that's a failed feature of Steam. It's a nice idea to talk to the devs, but at the same time, it's like 1% of the people who'd actually care about that. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's just for devs though, right? Can't just anybody stream and you could show up on the page somehow? Or is that not true? I yeah, I don't know how that works. Because maybe you want to watch someone play the game. What is going on here? This is this even getting hit? It's not. Oh, I think I know why. Because we don't forward mouse entered events. Oh man, yeah, that's frustrating. We got to do that like we did this for everything over here too, right? But why doesn't that work? Huh, why doesn't it? Unpressed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Mouse entered, update modulate. And mouse entered isn't even being called. Oh, whoops. Oh my God, because I'm not calling mouse entered. Oh my God. I'm staring the code in the face. I can't tell what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. It's just devs featured on the page. Oh, interesting. Huh. I don't think I ever realized that. I don't watch those streams, but I thought they were random people. And I guess I guess it's sort of whoops. It's sort of like this. If I want game reviews, Steam is like my most trusted source. If I want game streams, I would go to Twitch or YouTube, depending on I guess what I'm looking for. YouTube maybe if it's pre-recorded, and Twitch if I want to watch live. I would not think to go to Steam for this. And yeah, I think a lot of people probably abuse the Steam live streaming to use pre-recorded videos all the time. And I don't do that and go through pains to make sure that I'm only streaming the thing I should be streaming on that page. All right, this is pretty much what I want, and I just don't want it to turn black. Yeah. So what color would look better here? Maybe dim gray? We just needed to have a little bit more contrast, that's all. You know what I've got to do? I've got to come up with a way of throwing some debug control on the page for any variant in Godot. So for example, here, all we're trying to do is come up with this color, but I have to recompile every single time. What would be nice is if I could say, you know what, connect this to a like debug input widget dot make color widget or something like that. And then I don't need to keep changing this through code. I could just change it at runtime. And then when I find a color I like, it can output it or something. I think that would be really good. Can you add an option to lock the mouse to the window? It's hard to move the camera if you're holding an item. Don't know if you have a solution for that. Yeah, it's exactly what you mentioned is what's going to be the solution for that. Confine to window. Yeah. Several people have asked for this. Here are some blurbs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nice. This has better contrast now, I think. It's still kind of weird that the whole thing is changing colors when you hover over it. But I don't know what else we would do there. Hey, Kuro. How's Idlerfest going? It's going pretty well. Let me show you, I think, what is at least the key metric from my point of view. And I actually have not looked at this. So let's look at this for the last 1 month. Idlerfest started 4 days ago. And here's what you can see for wish list. So on good days, we would get about 25. And that was pretty much our peak up until, what day is this? Why can't I hover over any of this? February 2nd, it doubled. February 2nd wasn't Idlerfest, was it? No, it was the day before. What? Hang on a second, right? It's the 7th. Yeah, that was Sunday. Oh, I put the demo online. Right. Okay, that wasn't Idlerfest, but I put the demo on for the first time. And then Idlerfest hit, and now you can see it went down pretty drastically and then like shot up for some reason. I don't know why this happened. But yeah, I would say this has been a success so far. It's hard to say it's because of Idlerfest, but yeah, it's probably due to that. No, it wasn't a time zone issue. I just forgot about that Sunday is when I uploaded the demo, and then it showed up as a new demo on Steam. And for some time, if you look at Steam and how do you find demos? How do you find demos? Huh. Oh, here we go. Demos. If you click this and go to, yeah, new releases, I think this is always the newest release. So some people are probably looking at this and seeing like, huh, what's new on Steam? Are any of these games any good? And I don't know if you'd even be able to see Skeleseller if you probably have to go through a whole bunch of these. It's February 6th after like 3 pages, and now it's February 5th. I'm curious. I'm like 14 clicks in. I might as well continue this until we get to what, February 2nd? We're almost there. All right, so we should see Skeleseller here now, right? Yeah, there it is. So no one's going to do that, right? No one's going to click through 16 times and find, oh, this game looks fun. But back when it was brand new, I guess people do look at the top two or three and see if there are any interesting games. New and trending. What does it say for the text here? Released recently and are selling well. So wait, the Bongo Cat thing, is it sold game? No. Wait, what? Available to be announced? What's it mean? What? What does that mean? Available? It's not available. It says right here it's not available. Maybe they're talking about that there's a demo for it. Anyway, I wonder where we show up in this list. Probably not even on it. Yeah. Which is a shame. All right, I'm not going to keep looking through this. We need a pre-order option. Is that even possible? That might be possible. I wonder if that's something you need to be like a AAA game developer to have that option. I have to fight so much with days and time zone. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's going to be built in. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Game's been in early access for like 5 years. Does it have a pre-order option? I don't, I'm probably not going to do a pre-order option, but how does that work? How do pre-orders work? Because I think games like Monster Hunter have it. I think we just saw it there. Yeah, pre-purchase. They do have a way of doing that. But how do you set this? Wow, $70, $90, 110. Man. It works like buying a game, it'll be charged right away. How do you set it up? I can't find it. I see what you're saying. Your game is in early access, so people have the ability to send you money. I think there is a this is a pre-purchase. You can't download the full game. They just have a. Oh wow, I didn't know they did this either. Request access for a beta test. Wow, I should maybe consider this. Huh. Very interesting. All right, I don't even know if I tested this, and I gotta go get lunch pretty soon. Yeah, I think this looks good. The contrast is there, and that's all I wanted. So this is looking good. Improve contrast on auto battle button. This is for the battle panel where the icon color was not contrasting enough with the background when hovering over it while it was off. Yeah. They would have sent me a check if anyone had bought my paperware. Oh man, double talk. uh, also pre-downloads the game a couple days before it launches too. Oh, and it probably leaves it encrypted or something. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, it's stuff like that that makes Steam a really good platform. Like you can stream your game to your TV or to your Steam Deck or play with a different kind of controller. They've got button mappings for everything. They have workshop and mods and trading cards and whatever else. There's like a million different things. And I think all that's great. I think they're starting to improve some of their interface too. Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. I've seen some changes over the last few years. Nothing too crazy. And I think it looked a lot more dated, even just like 5 years ago. Okay, we've gotten through quite a lot. Well, maybe not quite a lot, but it feels like quite a lot. I'm gonna write my journal entry for now. Okay, struggled for most of the morning on icons, with icons. But eventually got it all working. Whew, okay, so big question is, what do we do now? It's 1:30. I am dying of hunger. I'm going to go get lunch for sure, but then after lunch, do I stream again? I have a hard stop at 5 p.m. So if I ate a 1 minute long lunch, at best I could be back for 3.5 hours. So realistically, it'd be 2.5 hours at most, more like 2. Is it worth streaming for 2 hours? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. No, not an 8 hour stream. I've been online for. Hang on, I can't see because it's off screen. I've been online for 5 hours. I normally try to aim for 6, and I think I've mostly been hitting that. Like if you look at yesterday, it was split into 2 streams, and it was what, 7 hours and 10 minutes, and then we had another 7 hours. That one was just under 6. That one was 7 and oh, those are 2 different days. Never mind. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, mostly try to aim for 6 hours. I don't think it's gonna happen today because, like I said, I have a hard stop at 5 and because I'm getting a very late lunch. Hey, Karada. Enjoy the time away. Have a nice bit of focus. Yeah, I'll try to do that. There is one other thing I wanted to do as far as the piano stream stuff goes. There is a tune that I've been working on, which I think I've played, but I think it's very hard to play on my very tiny keyboard that I have here. But I want to put this in the game, and I just don't have the instrumentation figured out yet. But I was thinking it doesn't need to be super fleshed out or anything. It can just be a little 1 minute long tune that plays. But I find it very peaceful. It was this. Yeah, I don't have enough keys to be able to play it normally. But yeah, I like it. I think it fits. And I want to instrument that and put it in the game. Then we'll have 3 tracks. And even if that one's short, it'll play every once in a while. So hopefully it doesn't get annoying or anything. Don't force yourself if you don't feel like it. Yeah, I think it was mostly just, will it be worth it? I don't think it'll be worth it. So I'll go find someone to raid. If you have not already checked out Skeleseller, you can wishlist it there. You can also try out the demo. I'm going to upload a new version today at some point. I don't know when. I'd like to upload a new version today. All right, so who's online who I can't ever raid because I never end the stream at this time? I'm seeing people I have raided before. Yeah, there are a couple of people who've been raiding me and I want to raid them back, but I have not seen them stream. All right, I'm gonna raid Fern and just raid and run. Fern's been working on her own game for like 4 or 5 years. Is she working on that now? Yeah, I think so. All right, thank you all for watching. I'll be back online on Monday, and that'll get us 2 weeks until next fest. But yeah, it's a good day. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you again. You can find my whole change to the outro. I'm a professional streamer. Bye, everyone.